6:30, and I will call the meeting to order. And for starters, we have two uh, council members participating remotely. I ask them to introduce themselves.
Hi, good evening. This is Adrian Gill, District 1.
Hi, everyone. Lauren Hurl, District 1.
Okay, thank you. I'll mention a bit about meeting logistics and remote instructions. Anyone who's appearing remotely, I would ask you to change your name display to your full first and last name so that we know who we're talking to. Anyone who wishes to address the council must be recognized. We would ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes, and we will have the assistance of our communications director in reminding you of the time. And with that, would ask if there's a motion to approve the agenda, or if people are satisfied with the agenda as it's written.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
there's a couple notes on the agenda. One is for those that may have noticed that there had originally been a presentation from downtown businesses that has been removed. They're asked to have that taken up on June 26th at our next meeting, so that will not be happening tonight. Minor adjustment, I'd like to suggest moving the communication strategic plan item in with the administration overview. That's when it was supposed to have been, not after the strategic plan, just so that it's lumped together, and then do the strategic plan. Under the parklet fee waiver, second reading, we have on there approving the ordinance. We don't necessarily have to do this tonight, but it might be helpful if we then add, assuming that passes, that we then actually take a motion and vote to waive the fee this year once the ordinance has been passed, so that's just taken care of. And then just lastly, for your consideration, we had planned to do the strategic plan item as a workshop around the table, but with, we have two people remote, so you just may want to think about that. That was something we had talked about in the retreat, and it's up to you, but just might be less easy to do.
Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you. And I also note that we did have in the published agenda an applicant for the tree board who's withdrawn the name, so that's off the agenda for tonight. And so we'll proceed with the agenda as amended, unless there's any objection from the council. Okay, we can go to general business and appearances. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the council on any topic that is not on tonight's agenda. As always, we ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes, and we'll start by seeing if there's anyone in the room who'd like to be recognized. Steve, why don't you come on up?
Steve Whitaker. Couple things. An encampment that the city council had blessed back at a meeting in the winter in the high school was removed last week. There's a new policy by VTrans that lays out their process, but nobody delineated where the city-owned land from the state-owned right-of-way is. The campers were right at the border between the city's parcel maps show that parcel being from the first, I think the second tree to the first tree to the third tree. In any case, without getting into the graphics, no one bothered to say this is city-owned land. If you just be right there, you're okay. But instead, they destroyed whatever with a big claw hook and a dump truck and trespass notices and yada, yada, yada. And our police department was involved in it. I reviewed all the emails at VTrans. I think it merits attention and discussion, especially in that the city council had, I'm not saying they were good housekeepers or houseless keepers or whatever you call them, but That's a problem. The
I'll just jump in and say that it might be going a little too far to say the council blessed their presence, but when we were confronted with a request to remove them, nobody on the council was willing to do that. But,
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. That didn't come out of my 2 minutes, right?
right.
So
Oh, it's three, Steve, but no.
the
right.
the mattress that was thrown down the bank has not been retrieved. The tires that have been down the bank, the shopping cart that I've been telling you about for 3 years has not been removed from easily reach. So we put this sustainable, environmental, responsible on our agenda, and we don't walk the talk. I wonder if the council needs a method to require that these vigorous notes that Bill takes go somewhere and be accountable for response and action and completed. Because a bunch of notes, scribbles that nothing ever happens is ineffective. And I think this council aspires to be more effective than that. I think the council should know that when I'm requesting, and I'll do it in writing, I'm requesting that the harassment around the boot and the tickets and the dysfunction in the city's ability to process appeals for tickets. My car was booted. I copied y'all in the complaints. Bill was out of town that week. I prevailed in getting the boot taken off, but we still haven't resolved the dysfunction in the appeal process. And that should not wait on an ordinance revision, this fall or summer. This needs to be heard. I'm going to ask that you potentially go into executive session and look at the emails and see how they're targeted at me or how they acknowledge the dysfunction in the appeals process, and consider waiving privilege on those. Fraser has refused an appeal to the head of the agency and probably didn't even ask y'all whether you want to consider waiving privilege. But to the degree that they're targeted at me and that they acknowledge the dysfunction in the ordinance, then they deserve to be public. But then at the end of the week in Shaw's, I said, Fraser, are you back on the clock? I didn't say Fraser. I said, Bill, are you back on the clock? And he, in front of a bunch of people in the produce section, snaps at me. Why should I even talk to you? You don't live here. You don't pay any taxes here. And
Finish your sentence.
And then he even followed me back, came back around again and said, you're going to hit up a city employee for food. I was once a couple dollars short and I, borrowed a few dollars to complete my chicken. But to shame someone for food or to create a scene where these people are looking around in the Shaws and saying, who the hell is he? And why is he talking to you that way? That's the dysfunction we have in our administration right now.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else in the room who'd like to be recognized? Sandy, come on up. Hi.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sandy Vitztum. I live at 14 Loomis Street, and I'm an architect who grew up in Montpelier. And really, most of my adult life, I've been very interested in trying to make houses more affordable. I noticed that the problem's getting worse in the last 5 years. I, about 2 years ago, created the little drawing that you see as I was trying to figure out how to take advantage of our zoning to deal with the land part of the equation, and starting to think about how the house construction could figure in. And I really firmly believe that small houses on small lots might be a way forward. I took it upon myself to make this drawing of just to see what would happen if I tried laying out a similar kind of development on the country club property. And I was able to get about 330 units on that, which is interesting because it begins to open questions of what other kinds of development on the property might serve the same number of families. And this is just a beginning exploration. I'm trying to make sure that owning a house in this, on a small lot like this, would be less than rent in its total monthly expenses, which is quite a challenge. And I'm starting to examine that now for a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom, and a 3-bedroom house. And this is going to take some time, but I just wanted to let the city council know I've been exploring these ideas because I'd like to start talking to some banks in the area and learn about how financing incentives work for small houses. And I didn't feel comfortable taking my ideas around the community without first introducing them here. So I'm not asking for any endorsement or anything like that. It's just I wanted to share my preliminary ideas with you so that if something can move forward in the fall or next year, that it will be always collaborative and hopefully helpful.
Well,
So,
thank you for bringing this
yes.
in. And I've heard that you were going to be talking to us about this. I'll hold this up to my
Yeah,
camera. I
I
don't know if people can see
didn't know
this.
how to get this to you.
Okay, yeah. Just as a general, this will be going, we'll have a copy, we'll have it on the webpage. Um, is the area covered by houses in your drawing essentially the same as the area that we've been talking about for housing in the
It's
parcel?
almost precisely the same. Thank you for doing
Oh,
that.
excellent.
Um, and for holding it up. So it's almost precisely the same by having little houses. They can go a little further into the woods. But yeah, it's pretty much identical. The planners that you hired did a really good job of analyzing what's buildable. And I myself looked at the USGS map to make sure they were slopes that were usable.
Great, thanks.
Thank you so
No,
much.
There's a lot going on. We've
Yeah.
put in the application for the amended growth center designation. And so that's a step in towards doing the engineering and doing the TIF district. So it's, a lot of this stuff is a ways down the road, but I appreciate your doing this.
I'll be back in when I have some more facts to
Okay,
share. Thank
thanks. Anybody else? If you're here to speak, come on up. Oh, well, if you're here to talk about the ordinance, then we'll just wait. Yeah. And I'll just look to see if there's anyone.
One question, Jack. Just thinking about a previous agenda, we had increasing our fees for public records and our policy. We didn't really discuss it. It feels like maybe that's something we should put on a future agenda to review. Sure. So just request that at this point.
Oh, great. Yeah, I saw an email from the city clerk about a question of parliamentary procedure, and it wasn't clear to me what the background for that was. So yeah, we'll get that on the agenda. Thanks. All right. We can now move to I don't see anyone else in the room seeking to be recognized, and I didn't see anyone online. So we're now to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? So moved. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay. It's moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you. Now we have a proposal or an application to the Development Review Board. And I believe this is an application for someone who's already on the Development Review Board to be reappointed. Yeah, I'm going to finding that spot right here. Catherine Burgess. So what's your pleasure? Would you someone want to make a motion to appoint her, or we can go into executive session? Carrie.
Appoint Catherine Burgess to the Design Review Board.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Sorry? Development Review, yep. Yeah, it's the Development Review Board and the Design Review Committee, and they're two different things, although it is kind of confusing. All right, it's moved and passed, and she is appointed. Thank you. Now we're up to Peter Walk, and I was talking to someone just today who was very excited about this. Peter and Arnie together.
I'm Arnie from the Recreation Department. We've been thinking about, ideas for a potential disc golf course now for quite a while. And Peter approached us, and I think Christopher Young, I think, was also one who we had met with once earlier about the potential of a course up there. And then Peter and Christopher and Bradley all worked together, and we met up at Country Club Road and did a walk of the space. And they were very excited about the potential that this space would have for a disc golf course up there. One of the things we were going to try to do in April was they had a tournament they were going to set up there for a weekend tournament. And I went online and I learned that they had 90 slots for this tournament and they were all filled. That between professionals and some advanced players, and I think, what was the other level, like beginner?
Recreational levels.
Recreational level. So there was many levels. Unfortunately, we got that big snowstorm right before the event, so they couldn't get the baskets set up and they had to cancel. But they came forward with a proposal for us on a plan that we could make this a possibility, and I'm going to have Peter walk you through it because I think it's a really awesome proposal and I'm very excited about the potential.
Sure. Thank you for having me. My name is Peter Walk. I'm a resident of Montpelier, live up on Terrace Street. Happy to be with you. I think the last time I was here talking about PCBs in schools or something slightly less exciting as this opportunity. So excited to be here with you. What Arnie said is all true. This was something that after the tournament wasn't able to happen in April, quickly pivoted to what could we do to make this an opportunity, look at the property, understand how it fits with the current uses and the planned uses for the property, and when we move forward. The nice piece about a disc golf course is that it pretty much the extent of the infrastructure is that basket there and a flat area for something to throw off of, like a tee pad in golf. That can be moved, that can be changed, and a sign, and that's about it. And so as the use of the property changes, there's real opportunity to morph with it. There's a lot of woods on the property that really doesn't have development potential, as you've seen, as your housing consultant looked at. But we don't need housing level development land to throw a Frisbee across. So there's great opportunity here to think about that and to think about what's possible now and then what it might be able to change to. Many of the disc golf courses that get built in this country and abroad are sponsored by the local community, and we have sponsorship money to pay for the full cost of construction. So there'd be no upfront cost to the city in terms of putting this into place. We'll start there. So I just, I made this a full and complete presentation so folks could read it online. Obviously, lots of good things in the work. Housing is what we need. You heard that from our previous speaker. Very excited to mesh within that work. Really thinking about how we can integrate with the community zone that's planned, the playing fields, walking as that's happening, the Nordic trails. We've been in talks with the Nordic or the Onion River Nordic folks to make sure that we don't put things where the trails normally are groomed so that there's no conflict there. Trying to figure out how to engage in a way that's really meaningful moving forward. Disc golf itself is a really low impact recreational opportunity. It has become a big economic driver for different parts of Vermont. The two courses at Smuggler's Notch, for example, are the number 5 and number 7 courses in the world. They attract thousands of visitors each year. Last year, they received a visitor from every state in the US, the District of Columbia, and 16 separate countries, with more than 6,000 rounds, I believe, at each course played. That is a pay-for-play course. It's only like $12 to play, so it's pretty reasonable relative to the. I think we're coming back. I promise I didn't do anything. And it's really exciting. This property has that level of potential. The combination of woods and open fields and terrain and great, old rock walls and things like that has a tremendous potential. And so we really see this as a great opportunity. Why move forward now? You're looking for existing use for property in the interim before the housing gets built. This is a great opportunity to use that open space now, and then we can adjust moving forward. We have already worked extensively with the rec department, with Arnie and with Heidi, two local folks involved in the disc golf community, Bradley Schott and Chris Young, who runs a program called Disc Golf Vermont, which runs tournaments throughout the state, where usually about 150 to 300 people show up every other weekend throughout the summer. People come from as far away as Texas for these tournaments. They are important, and they bring lots of folks into the local economy. And then we've already established a limited liability corporation, an L3C, technically a low profit limited liability corporation, to manage the fundraising and payment for services that would need to be done to build the property or to build on the property, and we'll work with local volunteers to reduce the overall cost of construction and to make it sustainable in the long run to help with that long-term maintenance. So this is just an example of sort of, looking at the property now. I used your housing plan concept A as a map that everybody was familiar with. That sort of shaded area is the place that isn't currently being utilized in any significant way. The down to the bottom right is where you have the feast farm and the playing fields and other things. That's a lot of scope to build 18 holes of disc golf. A disc golf hole is about like a golf hole, but it's feet instead of yards. So, 250-foot par 3 rather than a 250-yard par 3. So you can fit a lot more holes into that space. There's lots of, good access. The woods to the west have great potential. There's already some open former logging roads and other things, and where the trail's coming up and things like that. We can integrate with all those uses and make use of it. And then as it changes, right, depending on where you want to go, conceptually, you could use some of the property, some of the wooded area to the right, kind of work your way across and be able to use that in much of a way. Still get some out in the open, still integrate with the parks and open space that are imagined as part of the property, and get a really professional disc golf course that attracts lots of local visitors and is a resource for the community. We imagine the fundraising that we did would fund three different tee pads for each hole. So a tee pad defines how long the And, the whole is just look with golf, you have your easier tee pads and your harder tee pads. And so with this, we could build a beginner level, an intermediate, and advanced right away. And then disc golf courses have, we're scrappy, little recreationalists. We figured out how to fit in lots of different places. We integrate in parks and, in woods. You see it at, Wrightsville in and around, the beach area. There's a great one in Barry through the Barrytown Forest and the walking trails over by Millstone. It really integrates well. Folks are responsible, and it's a great way to bring people into the area. That's my presentation.
So this is very cool. So what do you need from us tonight?
I mean, so we reached out to, Arnie and said, what do we need to move forward? We have the money, the people ready to go, ready to start designing and working on it. We think we can have something in the ground by the end before the snow flies, so that we could really test this and start with a kind of cool opening tournament. And in discussion with Arnie and Kelly and others was just, we wanted to bring it to you for your approval to move forward.
Anybody have questions? Harry.
Yeah, so thank you. I'm not a disc golf player, but it looks like a great idea. And I like that it seems flexible and you can put it in quickly, you can take it out, you can move it around. And so it's not going to stop us from doing other things there. So that's great. So I have a couple questions. Is it just open and free to anybody to use at any time? Would it have certain hours? Would there be any kind of, admission fee or anything like that?
So that's actually really a question to be worked out in conversations with the city. It's your resource. So if you wanted to charge for it, I think we could facilitate the collection of fees. There's usually a $5 to $10 per round for a course of this nature. You could do that. There are also public courses that are free to play.
Okay.
So I don't think we need to necessarily solve that tonight, but that could be a discussion that you all have and to direct us what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then one more question is about ongoing maintenance and what kind of costs we might expect for the city for that.
Yeah, the maintenance, I think, is gonna be mostly mowing around the tee areas and the basket areas, and then probably have some open fairway areas that would be, kept low enough so you can walk through it, not have to swim through tall grass. But I don't think it'll be, that overtaxing with the equipment that we have to use, and how it's laid out will probably make it pretty easy to maintain.
Any other questions from members of the council? Tim.
The city would be maintained with
We would be maintaining like the mowing and stuff, but the disc golf group would also, the plan is to have volunteers who would help with more of the ongoing,
Yeah, if we need to rebuild, something's getting overused or need to rebuild something, that would be something that we would bring in local volunteers to work on.
That's a big area to clear.
Well, we would be ideally sticking to the places where there are disc golf holes. We'd happily help, where needed.
Right.
But there's lots of local, Montpelier residents and others who would gladly lend a hand in making the property shine.
So.
Great idea. I like it quite a bit. I've never played disc golf. I play regular golf. I like the idea of a 250-foot hole. What about liability on a real golf ball course? There's a lot of fine print about what happens when your ball hits something or somebody. A disc is pretty soft, but stuff happens. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, I mean, we're able to mitigate conflict pretty well by good signage, by people keeping their eyes open. I don't have a specific answer for you how it's dealt with in other, there are public courses in, 10 or 15 other places around Vermont where I believe the sort of the city is covered through their normal insurance. You've got uses of the property now that frankly, I find riskier than throwing a Frisbee. So
Any other, Tim, did you have another question?
The question is, would you do, just looking at your sketches, does it make sense? Because you kind of got a first location and then you would move it when we go to develop it to a new part on the property. Would it make more sense just to set it all up where you're going to end up?
I think that's an option, and I think we would continue to explore. It would be a shame not to use those school open spaces while they're available. Every disc golf course I've ever played has evolved over time. It's part of the nature of it, because they are usually sharing space with other uses and want to make sure that those aren't in conflict and work through those pieces. Or people get better and you want to make a hole longer or more challenging or whatever. And so it's constantly shifting. I think it's worth doing. And, given, we don't necessarily know what the final developer plans for the housing might be, I'd hate to miss out on something that might be open, if by not, by doing that. So I think the communication around the plan and how to adapt is a key one from my perspective, making it clear to everybody that this is step one and there'll be, other steps along the way. To what, quote unquote, final layout looks like.
Thank you for the presentation. Arnie, both of you mentioned about the tournament. Have you considered adding this to the the summer camps and everything recreation center offers?
We thought of doing,
is there any plan about that?
yeah, we've thought of incorporating some camp potential. Also setting up classes for people who want to do that. And then also we were talking about some club type activity where different clubs might play each other. My daughter's future husband, he plays against another group, and every other weekend somebody else does the barbecue. So they go someplace, they play a round of disc golf with the two teams, and then they barbecue afterwards.
So it will be active, right?
Yeah.
All around the year. Okay, good.
Yep.
All right. Any other questions from members of the council? Members of the public? Steve, you look like you're interested.
Steve Whitaker. This is a good recreational use, but I have concerns about the way we're going about piecemeal planning, what to do in the interim. We know we've got large carrying costs, engineering, feasibility, due diligence, et cetera. I don't see that this one brings in revenue. There is discussion with state officials and some local officials about addressing our emergency housing situation there with state support. And it shouldn't be a race to see who gets there first and precludes other uses. I think that this may well fit in with an integrated plan, but it should not move to the front of the line. I was a little concerned when the farm went in for the same reason. The farm was not discussed or anticipated with an eye towards an integrated plan for year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, whenever we're going to be ready to start turning it over to a developer. I'm a little concerned the difference between sticking a stake in a basket in the ground, and I hear building construction, and I don't know if just driving the basket in the ground is what he means by construction. But if it's more than that and volunteers coming in to repair, I don't see how a basket gets much of a repair. If it falls apart, you drive a new one in. But I just think that we need to be careful here that we don't preclude. And also, if we do put emergency shelter up there, those folks are already fragile, having been outside for years and or just kicked out of hotels, and deserve some semblance of privacy in certain areas. And so this is a delicate matter that needs to be handled as part of a more comprehensive planning process.
Okay, thank you. Claire Rock.
Hi. Yeah, I was just curious. I know that as a city of Montpelier, we contribute towards and are a member of the Wrightsville Beach District, and they have a disc golf course. And so I'm just wondering, is this something that is going to be kind of like in competition? And if we're already supporting a disc golf course, is there a way just to kind of, contribute that energy and effort to one that already exists that we're already contributing to?
Peter, do you have a thought about that, or Arnie?
Yes, there is a disc golf course at Wrightsville. It's presently in pretty terrible disrepair, primarily after the flooding in December, where many of the low-lying trees, water, froze up top and the branches all broke off. So there, as far as I know, that's not open right now. They're trying to repair it. If it is, it's open on a very limited basis. And it, as we think about, as a member of the Montpelier Commission on Recovery and Resilience, the next flood is, or at least the next opportunity for the dam to fill up is right around the corner in some way or another. And so to invest significantly in that property doesn't seem like the best investment for the city.
Thanks. Sal?
Are you proposing that you would come up with a final design that you would then bring to us so we could see what you were planning to do? I mean, I just worry about sending a bunch of enthusiastic disc golfers out to, create.
I think it would be my recommendation that we work with city staff and get approval through city staff. We certainly wouldn't go out and just start building things, but I think with your blessing, we could work around. They have keen knowledge of sensitive areas, of areas that are in use in other ways, and could work to oversee that process on your behalf.
Just to follow up, do you anticipate any tree cutting, or you're trying to use open areas that exist, or you were saying old logging trails, that sort of thing?
We will try to use as many open areas as possible. There may need to be some hazard tree removal or some, a few limited trees, but for the most part, having walked that property plenty, there's a lot of existing open pathways. And to the best of our ability, we will do that. I think there likely would need to be some tree removal, but I think it could be done in a way where it got used for the city's firewood program and other things that would be to the benefit of the local community.
Thank you.
Thanks. Jesse Remick.
Thank you. Peter and all involved, I just want to thank you for running with this, and it's exciting to think that something like this could happen at the Elks, even if at a temporary or a basis where it's going to kind of be modified and be fluid as it goes along. I'm an avid disc golfer, not as much as Peter. I don't think any of us can keep up with him, but it's pretty exciting. Having Wrightsville this close is a really nice thing as well. And as Peter said, disc golf is fairly inexpensive. And I think having a membership and the ability to play different courses as close to our city limits, it would be fantastic. And I'm excited about it. So I appreciate all the efforts and look forward to volunteering.
Thanks. Joe.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much. I apologize for coming in a little late. I know there are a number of competitive disc golf courses around. There's one in Waterbury Center. I believe there's also one in Berrytown Forest. So I'm just wondering what your projection is as far as, I know you were talking about tournaments and stuff like that. Do you see that your proposals can either tie into some of the stuff that's already going on here, or is this going to take away from some of the other locations that surround us?
I think that's a great question. I think what disc golfers are always looking for is more courses, because courses are crowded. Disc golf is the second fastest growing sport in the country. We can't catch pickleball. We've tried, but the growth is tremendous. You see it in the local schools. They do it in gym class, and it's growing like crazy, just alongside the growth of ultimate and other Frisbee sports. And so the demand for additional courses is strong. I've spoken to several of the area private course owners as well, who charge a fee and bring people on, as well as people who use the local municipal courses, and everybody sees a need for more and doesn't see this as competition.
And I do have one follow-up question. Now, I apologize again for coming in late. but I assume you guys are still working on a business plan and a proposal as far as some sort of lease arrangement with the city?
Yes, we would need to work that through for sure.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Adrian.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for this presentation. I just wanted to say that this is, one of my important kind of thoughts around economic drivers in our city. Recreation, I think, could be a huge asset to our community. And so I've worked with Arnie and Alec and Heidi, and I think, including this in the all-around adventure that we're thinking about for Montpelier, and we're really working on collecting data to see how our adventures, both indoor and outdoor, contribute to our economy is going to be really important. And so as you go through this process, I'm a data person. So when you think about tournaments, what type of, money does this bring to the city? Which, collecting some baseline data and then really building upon that, I think it's going to really be important to us as a city to be the destination in central Vermont for recreation. I think this is low risk. I think it could be potentially a huge return for our city as we look at this as one piece of our puzzle for recreation destination for central Vermont. So thank you for bringing this forward, and I'm excited about it.
You have anything to add? Okay. Members of the council, where are we? Are we ready to make a motion of any kind on this?
Giving the authority to city staff to work on this.
Yeah. Well, and I would say, yeah, to authorize them to go forward, assuming they come up with a proposal that is meets with the approval of city staff, the heads of the relevant departments.
Just do approval of whatever comes up. It feels like it's a significant asset and we've got a lot going on around it.
That's fine with me. Yeah. Yeah, it makes total sense.
Yeah.
But I'm not making a motion of any kind, so just throwing out ideas. Harry.
Okay, so I will move to authorize city staff to come up with a plan to incorporate disc golf at the country club road site with final approval to be granted by the city council. Cover it.
Second.
Any further discussion or any discussion? Sal?
Well, we're actually asking city staff to work with this group
Yeah.
to design a plan. I think we should specify it. Would
Yeah.
you accept that as an amendment?
Sure.
That's what you said, I think, isn't it?
Sure.
That's what you meant. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember
Mhm.
exactly what I said, but that was definitely the intention.
Yeah. Any other discussion? Okay, are we ready to vote on the motion? If so, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, this is an exciting thing. We've been talking for a few years about recreation, outdoor recreation as an economic development driver. And so I'd like to see this happen. Thanks for coming in. All right, we're up to item 9, parklet fee waiver, second reading. And I will open the public hearing. Bill, do you want to give it 30-second?
Yeah, so basically, this is a proposal to amend the parklet ordinance to give the council the authority to waive fees under, what you consider to be extraordinary circumstances, or I can't remember the exact wording. You've already talked about this, signaled that it was okay. You've held a first reading, and this is the second reading. And this is, I think, then request that you do a follow-up to actually approve the waivers, even though I think it takes 10 days or something to be effective, but to approve the waivers upon the effective date of the ordinance so that people don't have fees to pay for this year as they recover from the flood.
Okay, since it's a public hearing, I'll see if there are any members of the public wishing to be heard on this. Steve?
Yeah, Steve Whitaker. I just want to raise a recurring issue in that the use of parklets when the businesses are closed, it should not be exclusive, that this is still public land being temporarily made available. And some folks have started putting up, chains and arranging furniture to intentionally block it. But the other thing is that our street sweeping, for instance, was defeated by the parklet in front of Three Penny getting in there before we could get the sand and silt out of there. So all that accumulated sand and silt from last summer's flooding was not cleaned up despite the diligent effort of Public Works in the recent weeks to get ahead of the sweeping. So who's responsible for getting the sand that gets trapped along these parklets? And I'll again raise the one in the fire lane over along the Haney lot, that he just takes the no parking sign and moves it out and bolts it on the outside of his deck. And that's not safe if that fire lane. And then a delivery truck comes and parks further out in the drive. So the parklet ordinance needs work, and you gave way too much discretion to the city manager, and he's made a mess of that too. So those are issues that I think need to be addressed. And the waiver, especially because you're in effect waiving fees, can't we use some of that money to potentially clean up around these parklets that's not getting done because of the existence of it in those places?
Thank you. Anybody else, any other members of the public? And then I'll go to members of the council. I don't see anyone else in the room who's looking to be recognized. And I do not see anyone else on Zoom who's looking to be recognized. And we do have members of the council now. Carrie.
Okay, thank you. I'm in favor of this. I'm planning to vote for it. I do just want to comment though that, why I'm in favor of it is because these businesses with parklets suffered during the flood, and anything we can do to kind of help them out. But I just do want to make the point that there are other downtown businesses that don't have parklets that also suffered because of the flood, who are not getting some kind of a financial break because they don't have parklets. And so we are the businesses that have parklets, one could argue that they're already at a bit of an advantage over others. Like if you've got outdoor seating as a restaurant, you're a bit more attractive than a restaurant that doesn't have outdoor seating. And so we're giving an additional benefit to those businesses that already have some competitive advantage over other businesses downtown. So I'm not thrilled with that part of it. I just wanted to make that comment.
Thanks. Palin, then Tim.
I just want to add on what Carrie mentioned. Is there any way we can see if these businesses need this? Like, I don't know, sometimes we ask, profit loss, or can they just show us something that they need, the support? Or we are just saying that because of the flood, you just have it.
3 parklets that are in Three Penny, Positive Pie, and I don't know if Capital Plaza is out yet. So there's 2. I'm basically saying those 2, we just wouldn't charge fees this year. And we, both of them suffered pretty heavy hits in the flood. Councilmember Brown makes a good point. To have a parklet, one has to go through a process of review and approval and actually construct them. And I think I've been told approximately $10,000 to construct. So some businesses have also made an investment. And, we used to have a restricted number of spaces, and now it's pretty open. So a lot of people have the opportunity to do it if they choose, and they may or may not choose. So these are folks that have chosen to make an investment, and part of that investment is the fee they pay the city.
Tim.
Start out to ask how many, but you answered that. So blather on to say I do favor this. I think it makes it a dynamic and interesting downtown. And the businesses that do it, and we did see some of their numbers and travails through the process where we did appeals this last spring. So I think we have a pretty good sense that they all were hit really hard. So were others, but I do applaud their efforts to create these and make Montpelier more vibrant.
Thanks, Adrian.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. One, I love them. I think once the vision for Montpelier is to bring in more tourists, to bring in more money. That's one of our, strategic goals, to have our economics, continue to increase so that we have a vibrant downtown. I think the parklets add to that. So I'm definitely in favor of that. But my question is, and I was just trying to read through the documents, did they request this, or is this something that the city is gifting them? Like, I can't remember the history of how this came about. So I'd be curious. And I'm sorry if we talked about this last time, I just forget. So I just want to know.
The request came to us through Montpelier Live on behalf of the businesses, and we raised it, I think, under our our discussion, loose discussion at the end of the meeting to see if there was interest in moving it forward, and then we warned it for the official hearings.
Okay, not seeing any more hands raised. I'm going to close the public hearing. And at this point, this is our second reading. So at this point, we could it would be open for a motion to adopt the proposal.
I'll move approval of the proposal as presented.
I'll second.
Great, thanks. And is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And no opposed. So the proposal is adopted. Now, the question is, we will be having in 10 days, this will go into effect. Is there a motion to waive the fees for this year?
The ordinance you just passed allows you to do that, but then you need to take an affirmative action to do it.
Yeah.
I will move that we waive the parklet fees for the current season.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. We have done that. Whether we want to take up at some point in the future, take another look at the ordinance, we could certainly do that. That's not before us tonight. Next up, we have short-term rentals. It's the second reading of the proposal, but it will only be the first public hearing, because I think the last time we were here, we had a discussion, but we did not formally open the public hearing. And I think that giving people ample opportunity to come and discuss it is probably a good thing. So I will open the public hearing.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rebecca Copians. Hi, I'm Emma Zaves. We are representing the Montpelier Housing Committee today. Thank you for having us. And we have other members joining us as well. So we're here to talk about the short-term rental ordinance. And I just wanted to get a read on do you want me to read the actual language, or do you want me to just give high level?
What do you feel that you need to do? Why don't you give us the highlights? Okay. There may be questions.
Great. So the Montpelier Housing Committee was created by you to create more long-term housing in Montpelier. If you heard any presentation from any of the statewide groups in the last couple of years, you will know that every single piece contributes to the bigger whole of the housing problem. There was a phenomenal presentation by the leader of VHFA that said, if you think that the housing shortage is caused by a lack of building, you'd be correct. If you think that the lack of housing is caused by short-term rentals, you'd be correct. If you think that housing shortages is caused by zoning, you'd be correct. There are so many different pieces that collectively contribute to the housing crisis in Montpelier and in Vermont at large. And you created this committee to give you proposals, which is what we have done today. This was the first kind of salvo. It is not an end-all be-all for our housing problems. We need to build a lot of housing. This is one very small piece of the pie, but it is a piece. And so we believe that you need to take action now because we need near-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions. This is an immediate-term solution. Medium-term could be zoning. It could be, other proposals that the city council may consider. And long-term is building, actually putting houses on the ground. But that is a long-term project. It's not going to happen tomorrow. Whereas this policy could be in effect much more quickly, and you could put long-term housing on the market in a much more expedited way. We want to support people who live here, who volunteer when there's a flood, who go to school in our elementary and middle and high school, and want to live and work here. We want to provide opportunities for year-round residents. And we think it's critical that people have an ability to live and afford to live in town. The more you increase the housing supply, the lower the rents. There's a direct correlation between rental vacancies and an increase in affordability. I know I said this before. It's been a long time since I've been talking about this, surprisingly. When Burlington put in their short-term rental policy, they were removed from the best place to invest in short-term rentals. It was a national publication, Business Insider, that Burlington was a great place to invest in short-term rentals. As soon as they passed the policy, they no longer were a great place to invest because they were focusing on their long-term residents. So just to remind you what a short-term rental is, it's a rolling 12-month period. If you rent for less than 30 consecutive days or more than 14 days. So what this doesn't impact are legislators, traveling nurses. It excludes specifically hotels, motels, inns, sober living houses, schools, hospitals, similar facilities. I just want to give you a housing snapshot. This was created by the VHFA, who is a phenomenal resource. They have put together a really interesting snapshot statewide, so you can search by communities. These are just a few pieces that I pulled off of the Montpelier housing snapshot. Something that really struck me is the percentage of households paying more than 50% of their income towards housing expenses. 9% of people are paying more than 50% of their income for housing. That is a shocking number. And it's something that really calls out why this is so critical to step forward in every small way that we can. When you look at the median primary home sale price in Vermont, it's pretty high. It's $309,000 as a median. Montpelier is significantly higher than that. The median gross rent is, again, higher than the Vermont average. And this was as of February. And then it gives you the number of households in Vermont that's and compared to Montpelier. So household is, someone living in a single dwelling unit. And homeless individuals in Vermont, it's 2,780. And in the county, Washington County, it's 389. That's a significant number of people that are living on the street because they cannot find housing. The county has a rental vacancy rate. So the state is 3.2%. The county is 1.6%. Montpelier is a 0% vacancy rate in Montpelier. This is short-term rentals over since 2014, so about a decade, 2014 to
2024, it is going up considerably. There was about 1,000, a little under 1,000 a decade ago. It is over 12,000 now. In Washington County, so this is one day in February. So that's something that's really important to understand about this data. It's until we start gathering the data as a city, we won't know what the real impact is. But on one day in February, there was 1,144 short-term rentals in Washington County. There were 8 full home short-term rentals in Montpelier. So on one day. If you go today, that number could be vastly different. It could be double. It changes depending on, what the owner has, when they put it on for.
Rebecca, is that a typo? Is it 8 full-time, full home STRs or 88?
It's 88. It's
Okay.
Maybe it's cut off.
No, it's just you said 8. And
Oh, sorry.
it says
Yeah,
88. So
88 full-time, full home short-term rentals. Thank you. Thanks, Jack. So just to give a sense of the definitions, a host. So we took after we came to you the last time, the attorney that Mr. Rao, I believe.
Yes, I don't know how you say it. Attorney for the city planning department who reviewed our ordinance.
So he gave us recommendations using a very conservative lens, and we integrated those recommendations into this next iteration, this draft. So we now have, just to give you a big picture, the owner occupied rentals, this does not impact. If you are a tenant occupied rental, if it's your long-term permanent house as a tenant or an owner, this policy does not impact you. You can rent your house in the short or long term, do whatever you want with it, if it's your permanent residence. One piece that well, I'll just keep going on definitions. Sorry. So what we are saying should not be allowed, what we feel as the housing committee should not be allowed, is taking a house off of the long-term market, this is one of them, and renting it out on the short term if you don't live there. It's not your full-time residence. With the attorney's input, we suggested some exceptions. So if it's a seasonal home, you generally can't live in it long-term around the calendar year. So seasonal homes are accepted. And then the other piece is an affordability criteria that's similar to Burlington, where if you have 2 units on a property and you rent one using an affordability criteria, you can rent one single second unit in the short term. It would address a lot of the challenges that a lot of the people that you've heard from are concerned with. So if you don't live on site, but you have a house, you have a unit that you're renting affordably, then you can rent a second unit as a short-term rental. We would also follow Burlington, that a host may not register more than one dwelling unit as a short-term rental. The grandfathering piece, we just heard about this last week, which is really surprising to us, that you had another attorney give an opinion that we didn't hear about. He recommended, he talked about some grandfather following language.
Yeah, I just, so we became aware of the second legal opinion over the last week or so. We have not altered our proposal. Our proposal recommends a phase in, which is what most communities do, including Burlington, South Burlington. I can look up all the communities in Vermont if you want me to, but I think that's pretty standard, that nobody is ever grandfathered in forever. And rather there is typically a phase in period. So we have recommended a phase in period. We've kept that in our draft. And if the city council wishes to do something different, they may. But it's our opinion that if we want to move the needle on the availability of long-term housing now, then a phase in period makes sense rather than saying that this is the floor and only new short-term rentals would be affected. So ultimately that's a decision that's up to city council and their legal teams. But our recommendation is a phase-in period over the course of, I'm not sure if we outlined it.
Yeah, we said, so
It's
our
a year.
original date was April 1st because it was based on 6 months after the first time we spoke with you. And naively, we said, oh, they're going to move this right along. So our recommendation would be give it 6 months or start it, January 1, however, but give it some time so people can get used to the idea, and then have another 6-month period to let people roll through their current reservations. So we're not saying, implement tomorrow and just cut the ties. I think it's really important to give people time to get used to the idea, understand the law, and roll through their current rentals. I just want to also raise that since I heard about the grandfathering, I heard about a house that was just bought last week. They are moving, this family is moving to this new house. They're short-term renting their existing home. So it's happening all the time. Another person, when they heard about the grandfather, they said, oh, well, I'm going to immediately rent my, he has a duplex. I'm going to immediately rent my my apartments in short term, so it's grandfathered in. You're going to have a rush to the bottom if you create a policy to incentivize that. So we would suggest you have a registration fee that has a list of data points, so you can understand what the current state is every year, and you can adjust your policy annually if you feel the need. We feel like a very important piece of this is building standards and safety. So ensuring that people have a fire safety plan, ensuring that they have a local emergency contact. There was someone recently that their boiler exploded as a renter. What if they didn't have someone to call? Imagine the flood that would happen if they didn't have a number that was readily available of someone that was local. So this says you have to have someone who is local to Washington County that's an emergency contact. It also says you have to conform to housing codes. I mean, it's just pretty fundamental basic things. Enforcement has been a big point of conversation. A volunteer subgroup of the housing committee can check advertisements against the registration number, which would have to be posted on all advertisements. It would be a free way to spot check compliance. And then the planning department could mail a ticket, just similar to a parking ticket. So I already went through the compliance date, the effective date, if you have any questions about that. And that's it. That's it. Any questions?
Any questions from members of the council?
You started to talk about the grandfathering and how you just heard about a second opinion. So what's the differential? It was the opinion that
We understand the city planning department received a legal assessment of our initial proposal, and that was shared with us, and we incorporated all of those comments and feedback. We understand that the council received a separate law firm's confidential legal opinion, which was not shared with us. And so we did not have any ability to think any of those issues through. I am unclear who in the city has seen both opinions and who has not, etc. So I think those are probably next steps for the council to figure out. But we have done the best of our ability to answer all questions that have been put before us.
And just to be clear, we are a volunteer committee and we are not attorneys. And I think it's really, that's why it was really frustrating to get this other information in literally the 11th hour, 2 days before we were presenting to you. So I think I'm really shocked at how this process is rolled out.
I can explain that. It's probably my fault. The council asked for an opinion in the fall when this first came up, simply about what our authority was, what the council's authority was to enact the ordinance. So that was this question that was posted. So do we need a charter change? Do we have authority to do it on our own? That kind of thing. So that was what was asked. And that was the primary subject of that opinion. In there, he did flag grandfathering as something you may have to be careful about. It could be that you can't grandfather, then went on to say there might be a way to do it if you, so it was flagged, and I don't, after that, you all took it. Dave Rue worked with you, and I honestly didn't, from my perspective, and I think the council's was, okay, we don't need a charter change to do this. That's the question that was asked and answered. So I apologize if we didn't share those parts to you. It wasn't any intent to withhold anything. And I think it was Councilmember Alfano just asked a good question. Hey, we've got this old opinion, and what does that mean? So we can certainly reconcile those with the two attorneys and figure that out. It sounds like if you worked with Dave Rue, he's probably familiar with how Burlington did it, and I would imagine, this is a much more detailed analysis than what we were getting. At first it was sort of, here's issues to be considered if you are going to enact one. So I am sorry, nobody was trying to keep you out of it. I do appreciate that. It was certainly, like I said, I'll certainly take the blame for that, because I didn't even share it with the planning staff. It wasn't like they kept it from you. They asked me about it. I think it was yesterday or today. I said, oh,
Probably to disclose it, we would take a vote of since we're the client, we own the
Right.
privilege, it would take a vote of the council to say we authorize disclosing it.
correct.
Okay. Palin.
You for the presentation. I think it's getting more detailed and like more to the point, so it is great. My question will be to you, Bill. Last time we asked what the cost will be to the city to have this practice. Is there any update on that? Like we asked like a man hour, right? And the other costs.
So I believe the planning department's done some work on that. Josh, are you prepared to talk about that?
Community and Economic Development Specialist for the city. I mean, we've gotten cost estimates for compliance for some various platforms, and those cost estimates are about 10 to 15,000. There's not a lot of platforms out there that do host compliance, so we're really restricted. But the two major ones, Granicus and I can't remember the second one, but those were 10 to 15,000. Based on the number of short-term rentals that we have registered that they could identify.
So how we will find this money? Where is it in the budget?
Is that literally the only way that this could be done? I mean,
Well, I
we're
think-
talking about fewer than 100 short-term rentals. I don't mean to be, it sounds like an idiot, but a spreadsheet and a list, how complicated could it be?
Well, I think the housing committee's suggestion is that there would be a group of the housing committee that would sort of be the enforcers to do the research. That is what the city of Winooski eventually ended up doing. They were going to go with Granicus, and that was going to cost them about $15,000. And they have very similar, a similar number of short-term rentals as we do. And so they decided not to go with that, and they're just going to try to figure it out on their own because of the cost.
So,
Does that estimate include the cost of administrating the rental registry? That's part of the proposal.
No,
Does it?
that wouldn't be. But I mean, so if we're on average, like rental registry, you're looking at an application, right, to processing a payment fee, around 100 applications a year. I don't know what that equates to, but what does that look like? That maybe 30 minutes, 60 minutes of work per application a year.
Thanks.
Palin.
And also, the proposal has new definitions and like additional information. Will it change the number of the houses we are talking about, like 88? There will be like decrease or increase, like whatever the change on the proposal will not affect that number. So we will still have 88 units or houses we are talking about, right?
So the 88 number was one day in February 2024. And so every day is a different number. So today it may be 60. Tomorrow or next week, it may be 112. I mean, it's all, depends on when people are putting their units up for rent.
Okay.
So
I
it's
see.
it's not, 88 is not
Okay.
the number, but it's that's in the current state.
I see.
And so
Okay.
if we were to restrict investor-owned properties, it would hopefully decrease by.
Okay. So is there any data of who, like the number of the people who will register?
That's why we need this to get the data.
Okay.
That's
So
the
we
whole point.
will, it is
Yes.
the next step. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Could you do me a favor and stop sharing your screen? And Adrian, I see you've got your hand up.
Yes, thank you for this presentation. I know that you all have worked really hard on this. And it's complex, right? So, if I wave my magic wand, we would have 300 housing units and bring in, a whole bunch of people into our city. And so that's not going to happen tomorrow. But one of the things that keeps like coming into my brain is, our bringing in tourists. And so we have between our hotel, our inn, and the hotel in Berlin, there's 193 available rooms. And so some people don't like to stay in hotels. Some people like to stay in short-term rentals. So I don't know what the balance is of, I know there will still be short-term rentals that will be available through, I wish I just saw that slide. I don't have it on the agenda, but there was, the definition of the short-term rentals will still be, in a furnished house or a dwelling. I'm trying to look at the definition, but I think there's a fine balance here of, I don't want to eliminate all short-term rentals because I think it's a way to bring in tourists and, encourage visitors to our city. And so I think I'm just trying to reiterate what you're proposing is to limit short-term rentals from investors that are going to buy houses to turn them into solely short-term rentals. I want to make sure I'm understanding very clearly what we're trying to do and what problem we're trying to solve by this ordinance, without having unintended consequences in the future of limiting tourists who enjoy, diversified options for, staying in a place when they're on vacation.
So this would not eliminate short-term rentals in any way. It would still have, if you are, there's a lot of folks in our community that rent their whole house or their, a part of their house, quite often. And this also, makes room for one investor-owned property if they have another unit that's affordable. So imagine a duplex. Someone has a duplex. They live elsewhere. They have a duplex. They can rent one in this ordinance. They would be able to rent one unit if they have if they follow an affordability criteria, which I can read if you'd like. And then the second part of the duplex they could rent in the short term. So there is a path for investor-owned properties if they would like to choose to follow that path. It's in no way eliminating short-term rentals. There would still be many options for diversified places for people to stay.
Thanks.
Likewise, if you lived in that duplex and you lived on one side, you could short-term rent the other side, or if you had an ADU on your property. So the terminology that we chose to use is host. And so the host can be the owner who's the primary resident there, or it could technically be another person who is not the owner, but that is their primary residence. But it talks about sort of the property. So there will definitely still be short-term rentals in Montpelier. It's not going to be the end, but this targets more specifically when Rebecca says investors.
Street in Montpelier. There's a lot to unpack here. I came to speak about the housing proposal, but hearing your proposal, I don't know that it solves the housing issue, even for the short term. I think that there are some opportunity costs here where you're going to spend $15,000 to $20,000 for this kind of thing and create a bureaucracy another bureaucracy that we don't need. But having said all that, those are my responses to your proposal. Here's what I'm going to say. Do we need more housing? Great question. How can we create more housing? Another great question. Build a new bureaucracy to register, regulate, and tax short-term rentals? I think that's the wrong answer. We are much more interested in a city vision and effort to support housing development. What happened to the proposal and cottage development up near Upper College Street? What happened to the existing development possibility down at Hubert Road? What other things are in the pipeline? We just heard from Sandy Fitzhume, who was a former student of mine, by the way, make a great proposal for the Elks Club. We also are eager to hear more innovative ideas for more feet on the street. Instead of taxing and regulating short-term rentals, what about incentivizing locals to create spaces for tourists and visitors who will bring business to the downtown? We locals care a lot about the health of our downtown. I don't want to see this place die. And we can't do it all. We want visitors who need short-term rentals to enjoy what Montpelier has to offer. These rentals are not the problem. The lack of housing is the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve.
Steve Whitaker. I think that we understand that developing new housing takes years. It takes years in the planning, the investment, the land acquisition, the permitting. Even finding a contractor to build a house is right now sometimes a 2-year or more wait. We have seen the speculation of short-term rentals being bought up by folks and corporations, LLCs, et cetera, to grab properties off the rental market that would normally be available to Montpelier at affordable to Montpelier, because they can make 3, 4, 10 times the money using it as short-term rentals. We can't afford to have that much erosion, further erosion of our available housing stock for rentals. Much of it needs to still be rehabbed, and the rampant speculation that's displacing Montpelierites cannot be allowed to continue. So the ordinance is necessary. The grandfathering is a bad idea because it will create a real rush to get everybody positioned too quick. I would suggest you implement it now, or implement it the grace period, and it's take effect, January 1 of 25 or something like that. I wouldn't string this out. This is not a bureaucracy to manage. To keep track of how many there are, and are they properly advertising their registration number in their ads? Are they cheating the system? It sounds to me it's going to be about $100 annual fee per unit, is what my quick back of the envelope math. So I support you moving forward with it. It seems well thought out and well researched.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who want to be heard either? Oh,
I do, please. Lisa Edson-Neva, and I'm here supporting what George was saying a minute ago. I have real concerns about this legislation or these rules. It's really an attack on our middle class, because how many units do I have to own before I'm allowed to earn more money? So if you have an inn or you have the hotel, we all know that short-term rentals bring in a lot more money. How many units does someone have to own before they're allowed to bring in more money? The reason you're seeing so many of these units switch over to short-term housing is because people who live here can't afford to live here and are choosing that. Or people who live here are looking at it as a business opportunity. They have one unit, and then as they get to a point that they can purchase another unit, that they do. And I know that there are probably some of you here, because a lot of you know that I'm here for another topic on the agenda as well, but I came here for this one as well. For me, as I'm looking at carrying 2 mortgages, I need to add a second rental unit to my current home. So I'm looking at having 2 units. Realistically, there's a huge amount more money for me if I rent that short term. So I agree with some of the other things that we're saying here. We should be incentivizing having homeowners rent long term rather than punishing them. Why are we punishing people that have 2 or 3 units and not allowing them to earn that same level of income that the hotels and the inns are allowed to earn? Those of us with Airbnbs or something like that, we're already paying the same taxes as the hotels are paying. We're already paying the same city taxes. Why are we being charged more because we only have 1 or 2 rooms to rent? Now we're talking about 88 total units, and I recognize that depending on the day, that may be more or less, but we're talking about a very small number. And as they've said, in the majority of those situations, it's households that are only renting 1 unit. This isn't going to impact that. So adding all of this bureaucracy and these costs to gain how many units and at what cost? To keep those families from being able to advance? I'm just disappointed that this is the direction that we're thinking about heading, rather than just looking at ways to increase the amount of housing units available. Thanks.
Thank you. Stan Brinkerhoff.
Hi, Stan Brinkerhoff from Montpelier. I'm a member of the Housing Committee, but I speak for myself tonight. I think, Adrian, you raised an interesting point earlier, and I should have written it down. But there's an interesting dynamic with interest rates where people are leaving their current houses and they can rent them out on Airbnb for more than the mortgage, right? With a 2.9 or a 2.7% APR, you can at this point move into a new house. It could be more expensive, it could be a cheaper house, and it is taking housing stock away from Montpelier for the long term. I had addressed this council group with an email early on with concerns. I think that this group has done an immense amount of work, Rebecca and Emma and others, to try and place this where it needs to be, which I think is to protect those who are, as the previous speaker said, using this for income. That's the vast majority of the folks in Montpelier. This is a ancillary income or allowing them to travel. But we absolutely are seeing, and other communities in Vermont are seeing, the purchase, and I won't use the word investor, right? But purchasing another house and financing them both with an Airbnb, or taking rental units off the market. I posted to Front Porch Forum earlier today, and a mailman in the community said he has to move out of town because he can't afford his rent. It's being converted to an Airbnb. A teacher reached out. Our community is being impacted by this. And, I'm the one that Rebecca mentioned earlier, saying I would probably put my units up to get around the grandfathering, right? I see both sides of it. I do. And I think this is something that if we do, we need to be careful of. And if Montpelier returns to a normal environment where there are 5% free rentals, the free market is back in effect, and we can talk about Airbnbs. But with 0% rentals, Airbnbs are absolutely contributing to the increase in rent prices. They're taking units off the market, and I don't think it's anyone in the room. I don't think it's a harmful thing in all cases, or intentionally harmful. But when there is no stock in Vermont, and we're seeing people leave the community because they can't work here, I think measures need to be in place as long as that is happening. Thank you.
Thanks, Stan. Kaylin.
So I just want to double check one information. I think Councillor Harold mentioned that state is planning to do this registration mandatory or something, right? Does anyone remember that? Okay, so I just wanna check if that information is accurate or
There have been
Okay.
legislative proposals. I don't know if anything has been adopted in the current or just ended
okay.
legislative
It's
session.
not like a certain or the state future plans. It's just like ideas or brainstorming at the state level.
That's what
Okay.
I think.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sal, were you gonna say? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm basically in favor of this type of ordinance, but I think in the legal opinions that I've read, and I've read them both, there are two important points. One is the rolling 12-month period. The Vermont statute that applies according to this, I'm not an attorney either. I read the opinion. The Vermont statute uses calendar year. And so the attorney was saying we should really conform to that. Otherwise it could be challenged. The other one is the grandfathering part. And it seems pretty black and white to me. I mean, what he's saying is you can't pass an ordinance retroactively. If something is non-conforming, which existing Airbnbs would be if this ordinance was passed, they don't have to comply unless something changes, some part of the use changes. And I think, based on the advice in this opinion, that if we're going to go forward with this ordinance, we have to manage that. We have to allow for that. One idea was to change the minimum period from 1 year to 6 months. We can also create terms that further define what it means to expand or extend, that sort of thing. But I don't think we can simply say, as of this date, it's mandatory. I think it'll be challenged. And in fact, I've been reading that there are host groups now that are banding together to challenge this kind of stuff. So there's also the cost of the challenge. But I think we need to cover all the bases, and we have a couple of attorneys telling us things that we need to look out for, and I think the grandfathering is pretty clear in the Vermont statute.
I don't think that the first attorney, the opinion that was shared with us, addressed grandfathering, which
Not
is
at all.
interesting. So I do think that the city needs to reconcile the legal opinions that they've received, and also probably share that information with the city's planning department, since they're the experts on what the zoning ordinances are, because that the other legal opinion that does address it talked about the specifics of how Montpelier did its charter and zoning compared to the state definitions. And so I think it makes sense that the council may want to advise city staff to take some of those next steps to see what the consensus legal recommendation is, so that Montpelier can move forward. Clearly, other communities like Burlington and have these phase-in periods, so it's clearly possible. But yes, absolutely, the city needs to follow the recommendations to make sure they can do that in a comprehensive.
So you're saying that the ordinance that you modeled some of the other, or you reviewed some of the other ordinances, they essentially have created a retroactive ordinance.
Or they have a phase-in period, so
But it's
like
still
Burlington,
retroactive. If you're non-conforming, if you have an STR now,
yep,
you have to
X number of
comply
months. I think that
after
Burlington
X
was
month.
9 months. So you have to register up by a certain date, and then you have an additional, I think Burlington was like 9 months or so
Mhm.
to fulfill all reservations, and then it needs to stop.
Interesting.
and-
Well, attorneys like to argue with each other, so maybe.
They do, and Burlington's charter may be different than ours,
Yeah.
their zoning may be different than ours, et cetera, but I think South Burlington also has a phase-in period, and my sense from us surveying is that many communities, I was very surprised by the idea of grandfathering all. Just with, and I haven't gone through every
Yeah,
single
yeah.
one
No, I
of the
realize
community,
that,
but
sure.
I think that yes, it would be a good idea to reconcile the legal opinions and understand what are the next steps to support ensuring that we move forward with a good plan.
After Adrian has her hand up.
Adrian, can I
done?
just continue?
Oh, yeah, yes.
So I agree. We ought to take that. The other part of it is the rental registry, and the registry that you're talking about applies only to STRs. I think it's a good idea for the city to have a rental registry of all rentals. I mean, we already have a lot of the information. We do an assessment of properties and so on, but I think we need to know where the rental properties are, how many people are there, how often it changes. I mean, there's just safety and public health issues. But I would also like to know what it's going to cost. I mean, Josh was talking about platforms to do this, but I don't know what the platforms do.
I believe the platform he's talking about is essentially what we would do as a volunteer committee for no cost, which is you look at the ad, you look at Airbnb,
Which you have to do every day because
you don't have to do,
it
well, it
changes.
depends on, the last time we had talked, there were a couple of counselors that said, this doesn't have to be a day by day. It could be, there's 6
Well, but
people, they all
I'm-
take 1 month. and
What
you
I'm
check
getting at
once
is
a
if you have a registry,
Yeah.
you're done, right? You know where they are.
Well,
If you
so-
require it.
The enforcement is that you have the registry that you
Yeah.
check against.
Well, you have
the
a
ads.
check against,
Yeah.
sure. But I
And
think
pretty simple.
the cost in dollars and cents and effort is in establishing and maintaining the registry. And I would like to have a better idea of what that cost would be before I said, let's go ahead with, I mean, in addition to changes in language, before I said, let's go ahead with the ordinance, which I favor, but with those sort of caveats.
Thanks. Adrian, then Tim.
So as I just sit here, just listening to all this, back and forth about the ordinance and bureaucracy and policies, like I would definitely regret not saying this, but I think, the housing committee, when I did talk to Rebecca about this in terms of, the direction that the council, I wasn't here on the council when they were, starting this process of a short-term rental ordinance, but we're in a crisis and we need housing. And so I would love the housing committee to focus on creative ways to bring in housing rather than, having ordinances, having bureaucracy, having more, paperwork and registries. I think this is a good idea because I also don't want a whole bunch of investors coming into Montpelier to buy our houses and have rentals. Like, I think that is the problem that you're trying to head off. But I think as the housing committee, and I would love to be, corrected if I'm wrong, but the housing committee, I think is there to help, encourage housing in Montpelier. And, we do have land, but I think there are creative out of the box ways to increase our housing in Montpelier. And I think that's what needs to be the focus moving forward for that committee instead of, continuing to focus on different policies that we then have to manage in the city and add to our bureaucratic processes. So that is just what I'm sitting here thinking about, like scratching my head. Is this what we need to focus on right now? Is this a priority for the city when we do have various very serious other topics that we must focus on to, our, housing, our homeless, our roads, is this our top priority? And I'm very concerned that we're spending a lot of time on this when we have other issues to discuss.
Thanks, Adrian. Tim.
Yeah, I've been struggling with this ordinance since I first became a city council member on the housing committee and been listening. And my approach once I started was like what Adrian just said is I just didn't see the need for it. But the more I've listened, I realized it's an issue that's building. I think Stephen Whitaker's wrong. I don't think investors are flocking to Montpelier to purchase properties right now. to turn them into short-term rentals. I mean, I do this every day. There's only 100 sales a year, roughly. It's easy to dissect them and go through what's happening, and that's not a big trend. There, admittedly, there are more, it seems like anecdotally, there are more short-term rentals happening. So I'm not saying it's not. The key is, if it becomes an issue, or not like Stowe, is how to deal with it. I know a few people I've talked to, and I've kind of gone out to talk with folks that I know have short-term rentals and get a sense of what'll happen if this ordinance is passed. I think at best, this ordinance may bring a few units back onto the long-term stock. I think a lot of the folks that run them currently as short-term rentals will go to a different model, but they won't necessarily become long-term rentals. They may become visiting nurses or something that's, you know, a 3-month stint instead of the 30-day number that we've chosen for the ordinance. I'm not sure that changes the flavor of it a lot in terms of what you're trying to achieve. I think Sal mentioned the rolling 12-month period piece, which I agree. I think just even for management, it needs to be a set time, you know, a set calendar year. It feels like the real life vacancy rate in Montpelier is not zero. I've got 4 empties right now and a couple more that I've got notice coming up. So I think there is still a turnover that's happening. And so to say it's low, but it's not zero. I am concerned about the staff time and the cost to administer the ordinance as written. It's kind of controlling, and there's a lot of levels of it. So when you get into even adding the affordability factor, then you're going to have to know people's income and numbers. It just adds another whole layer to it that maybe, at least for a first time out, maybe a little too much. And for the volunteer enforcement piece, I've never liked that since it was mentioned. And then hearing you tonight respond to the attorney's thing saying, but we're all volunteers here. You know, we don't do anything that we have to enforce legally in Montpelier with volunteers. It's not the way we've handled anything else. And I'm not sure when it's as important as people's housing, their investments, the size of what you're dealing with in their lives, to think that you as a volunteer can go in and start telling them what to do. It's not going to work. You'll find there's passion there that's probably equal to yours for why there shouldn't be short-term rentals. And I guess that's it. I'm really concerned that I guess I do favor the rental registry part at this point. So I think it's a positive. I think that we can quantify the issue if we start a rental registry within a year. We'll have a sense of what we're really dealing with, and then maybe you can build this policy to fit.
Rebecca.
I just want to respond to 2 things. I'm not saying volunteers are going to go knock on someone's door.
Yeah.
I'm saying they can do the legwork and the planning department or their designees. It could be the police officer department. It could be Mr. Fraser's office. There is a city department that is ultimately responsible for it. All I'm saying is you don't have to hire a 25, you know, a $10,000 to $20,000 vendor to do a very small job. The affordability criteria is based on median income in the
area median income.
The area median income. It's not asking someone for their income. It's saying it has to be under X, which is based on a broader criteria. It's not individual.
But then you still have to go out and verify if they're going by that, right? So you have to get the income and know.
Well, you just get the
rental amount,
the lease. You get the lease amount. And so when they submit their,
Who gets the lease?
if someone has 2, say a duplex,
Yeah.
they're renting one in the short term, one in the long term. They would say the affordability criteria has to be met for the long-term rental in order to rent the other property in the other unit in the short term.
So what that would mean is
that's even worse than I thought. I'm sorry.
Sorry. HUD publishes a median income for our area, and
I understand
they'll
that.
say, like, you know, a 1-bedroom unit needs to be less than 1,200 something. So
it's not the
it's not the individuals. It's
the amount of rent.
Yeah, how much is the property being rented for? And I will say this, we added in response to community concerns. This is something that we did not originally envision. It seemed like a nice thing to do that Burlington does as a way to encourage, you know, give more leniency for folks who have existing short-term rentals. I think the council has heard from 1 or 2 people who this would benefit. If it's not a proposal that the council is interested in, it wasn't part of our initial package anyway.
okay. I'm not seeing other people in the room who haven't spoken before. I'm not seeing people in the online who haven't spoken before or are seeking to be recognized. at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing so then we can discuss where to go from here. And we've got, this is technically only the first public hearing of this ordinance, so in order to proceed, we would need a motion to schedule this for a second public hearing. And, my thinking about this is that I moved here to Montpelier in 1983, and it was just after there was a wave of conversions of housing to offices. And if, for instance, if you look along Court Street, there's all those properties that are lawyers and lobbyists and whatever that all used to be housing and used to provide housing for people. And the city didn't act to prevent that. And as a consequence, that housing was lost, that people could be living in now if we'd taken action. At this point, it's not going to, this isn't the one solution. As Rebecca said, we're not, you can't say that there's only one thing that's causing housing prices to go up, but, and it's probably not even going to create new housing at this point, but if this can slow down the loss of long-term rental units, that's essentially what we're trying to do here. That's the proposal. And so the question is there a motion to set this for a second public hearing? Or is that what you're going to say, Carrie? You're going to do something else? Okay.
So I'm very much in favor of this. And I've put a lot of thought into this as part of the housing committee, had lots of conversations with people in the public, really, kind of gone back and forth a lot, but I'm very much in favor of this. And I think that we're not going to create a whole bunch of new housing, but we can head off something that is starting to happen, which is the loss of long-term permanent housing to the short-term rental market. So I grew up on Martha's Vineyard, which is a tourist place, and short-term rentals, most of the houses on Martha's Vineyard are short-term rentals, or they're summer homes that people just live in for, a couple weeks out of the year, and they sit empty the rest of the time. If you think housing is bad here, it is unbelievable. I mean, they don't have teachers, they don't have doctors, they don't have, just people to work in the post office. They don't have people to run the ferries so that people can go back and forth on the island, because people just can't afford to live there. There's just no housing available. And it really is largely because they've been lost to short-term rentals. Now, it's a totally different economy there. It's 100% based on tourism, which is different from Montpelier, but that's an extreme of what can happen, and it really destroys a community. And I look at the Airbnbs, and just casually looking at them online in Montpelier, they really look like they're rooms in people's houses, they're ADUs, that's what's happening in Montpelier right now. But I think that we're starting to see that change, and that's what I'm worried about. There's a building in my neighborhood, an apartment building that recently changed ownership, and I don't know what's happening in there for sure, but a lot of people have moved out because the rents have gone up dramatically and have continued to go up. They didn't just initially go up, they keep going up. People who've lived there for years are moving out, and they're telling us, their neighbors, we're moving out because they just keep jacking up the rent, and it feels like they're trying to make us leave. And every day I see someone from the property management company with their official car pull up to the house, get out with a vacuum cleaner and mop and broom, and go in and clean something and come out. They're not cleaning apartments that families are living in, so I don't know I don't know what's happening there, but it certainly could be that is turning into short-term rentals. And that's the kind of thing that I would like to stop if we possibly can, whether or not that's actually the case there. Now, the whole issue about people who are currently doing it, I think that is something we need to sort out. And the opinion that we read recently had some suggestions about changes to our zoning that we might be able to use to kind of work this. But But I do think that's something we have to figure out. And I don't think that the ordinance as it's currently written is probably, I mean, it probably doesn't fly quite the way it is. So we got to attend to that. As far as the cost and the additional administrative burden, I think that's we got to take it on. We got to do it as part of what we have to do, because this will have a devastating effect on the community if it's allowed to continue without any kind of check. So
Thanks, Gary.
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to answer, Adrian, you asked a question about, well, what is going on? Why is the housing committee doing this? And I was on the housing committee when we first created it, and Rebecca was chair, and what she laid out, but when you got onto the committee, one of the first things you said was that you would like us to start out by doing the things that are manageable and achievable in the short term, knowing that housing development and a lot of other stuff is going to be a longer term project. And so I think this really is going back to one of the things the committee started at the very beginning, which is that let's look at this short term thing that we can address while all the other things are also being done. Tim.
Follow that thought, Jack, because I just my first year or so participating, and things change, and I think we need to be flexible with that. And I think maybe that was a direction, but as we look at what's coming out of it right now and the magnitude of the crisis in this community needing housing, this committee has worked so hard, and people have put incredible efforts into this policy and also the housing trust fund piece we're going to hear about in a few minutes. I mean, the effort and the work is incredible. And it's all well-meaning, but neither of these projects are really going to create any new housing. And so I do think, because the housing committee advised the city council and works for us, I think it would be in everyone's best interest at this point to ask for a focus on the committee's efforts to create more new housing.
Okay. So there we are. We've closed the public hearing. The next question is there a motion to schedule this for another public hearing?
What would be a reasonable time frame if in fact you went ahead and we resolved the legal issue and wanted to incorporate the language? How long would that take?
Question. We are not attorneys, and this is at a point of we are a volunteer committee, and the quicker you relieve us of this, the quicker we can do other things.
Put that tomorrow. Meet with people tomorrow. See how quickly we can, turn that around. I mean,
probably not our next meeting.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If we did the one after, that's July 17, I would imagine we could certainly have clarity on that by then. Even if they're taking some time off or whatever, I would think that would be, this isn't completely, this isn't Supreme Court law here. This is to be something we could figure out. So that's a big piece. And then I think a little bit more about, how we would implement this.
In that case, I will move that we schedule the next hearing for the June 17, July 17 council meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
Any, we've had good bit of discussion already. Any discussion on this motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. We're done with that. And I think that the next item is likely to take more than the 7 minutes until 8:30. So I'm going to say, let's take our 10-minute break now, and then we'll come back at 8:33 to take up the Housing Trust Fund guidelines. Yes. I think you may need help, but here we are. Assumed it was a setting of some kind that. It's working, yes.
Okay,
Well
wonderful.
done.
Yeah, well, introduce ourselves. So, my name is Emma Zaves. I live in Montpelier. I'm a member of the Housing Committee.
Yeah, Sean Shan, also Montpelier resident and member of the Housing Committee.
Diane Sherman, former member of the Housing Committee and former Montpelier resident.
Awesome. All right. Well, we are here tonight to talk with you a little bit about the Montpelier Housing Trust Fund. And there we go. So we're going to start out by talking to you a little bit about the history of the Montpelier Housing Trust Fund. Then we'll get into our recommendations for revising the Housing Trust Fund, talk about major initiatives, annual workflow timeline, roles and responsibilities, and then we'll talk about discussion and questions. And I apologize for the numbering. Did not do well moving from Google Slides to PowerPoint. The numbers are all wrong. All right, so let's begin. So the Montpelier Housing Trust Fund was established in 2005. There is an annual allocation as part of the fiscal year budget process. Those of you who are on City Council during the budget setting time probably remember that. Originally, in 2005, it was passed as 1 cent for housing, which meant 1 cent on the grand list. Since then, it's evolved into this sort of yearly annual allocation process, which sometimes has tracked around the grand list and sometimes has gone up and down. You'll see in the table, I included the last 5 or 6 years, the allocation amounts. Some of the original goals of the Housing Trust Fund were to increase the number of affordable dwelling units, attract and retain young families, and also to ensure adequate supply of workforce housing. So historically, there have been 2 main initiatives for the Housing Trust Fund. The first is grants for large affordable housing project developments. And those amounts have been between $50,000 and $175,000. The way it has sort of worked out in practice is that the city typically gives a grant every 2 to 3 years to a project. It's one of obviously many, many funding sources that all go into making a project happen. So I just listed the last 3 projects that the city has supported from the trust fund and the amounts that we supported it with. The other, so that was really focused on sort of development of housing. The other initiative is the first-time home buyer loans. So that's focused more on an individual subsidy affordability program. That is a 0% loan. It's due if the home buyer eventually sells their home. So we've had some of those repaid, in recent years, and other people will live in their homes forever. So we may or may not see them repaid in the near future. I think most recently those loans have been in the ballpark of $10,000. And I've just put some stats up there for just the last few years, how many loans we've given for that program. So changes. So Diane, Sean, and I have spent the last 1.5 years doing a deep dive into the Housing Trust Fund. We have asked for and read every document we could possibly get our hands on. We have talked to the planning department. We've talked to multiple nonprofit housing groups, agencies. We have talked to the full housing committee, and we've done our own research on initiatives. And so we are proposing some changes. We propose to clarify the purpose of the fund to construct and rehabilitate affordable housing units in Montpelier for ownership or rental, and to make existing housing units more affordable to buyers. We are recommending that the City Council allocate $250,000 annually to Housing Trust Fund. The guidelines, as they are revised, are written as such that you can always allocate more, but you can also allocate less in any given year, and you don't have to update the guidelines to do that. It's at your discretion each year, but our recommendation is 250,000. We are recommending that the Housing Trust Fund support 3 different initiatives. The first is continuing the major affordable housing project grants. We think that that's a really important part of developing new affordable housing in the community, and should sort of be the top tier priority. Diane will talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And we are recommending that we end the first time home buyer loan program. We are not really sure, nor is anyone else, how much that program is really moving the needle now that housing prices are so high. 10,000 is like barely covering closing costs at this point. So after much research, we are recommending that when there is more money after doing a large grant for the affordable housing projects, that if there is additional money in the fund, that go towards the support of 2 existing local programs that are already doing great work in our communities, and really leveraging that great work and doing more of it. And so we'll talk a little bit more about each of those programs in a moment. And I'm going to pass it over to Diane to talk about a few things.
So the other changes we made holistically were principally to help with clarity and to really flesh out some of the requirements. So in particular, you know, we had when we went through the current guidelines, they hadn't been looked at since 2018. So they've been in place for a long time. And we wanted to add more clarity in terms of what are the actual criteria for each project? What are the documents that have to be completed? We added clarity around application and review processes, which will help both applicants and people who are reviewing it, because they'll have a sense of applicants will have a sense, is my project going to be eligible? And reviewers will have an easier time knowing what they're actually supposed to be considering when they look at applications, which is something we really struggled with, having gotten an application, which we never got a complete application, but we got a preliminary application, not knowing like what criteria we're supposed to apply. We also added a clear identification of the responsibilities for the housing committee, the planning department, and others. And we created accountability for all the parties involved, including, you know, making sure that the people who receive the funds will be providing reports to us, making sure that the funding partners, principally it's going to be Downstreet for the 2 programs I talked about that are supplemental to the affordable housing project grants. You know, establishing concrete contracts with them and making sure we have formal grant and loan agreements. We have some, you know, the city has some examples from past projects of those, and tracking the HTF use and reporting that to City Council on an annual regular basis. So that was one of the things we wanted to do. And then I'll talk a little bit about the first 2 programs. So you've heard that the Affordable Housing Project Grants is a longstanding program. So here we really did focus on adding clarity. It actually did take a lot of our time, because understanding the definition of affordable housing was more hard than we ever suspected it would be. But we did overall, so just give you a quick idea of the project or the program here. We are indicating in the guidelines that you should reserve $150,000 every year toward these projects. Like Emma said, focusing on the money going to creation of new housing units or the rehabilitation of housing units that are off market, basically. And this would mean that if City Council allocates $150,000 only in a year, and that's how much the fund has, that can only go to affordable housing project grants. If you allocate more and the fund ends up having more that fiscal year, it can go to the other projects. And also, if you allocate more than 150, it could still go to more of these affordable housing project grants if you got good applications and you wanted to fund those. But generally speaking, you know, these are probably going to be larger grants, but we provided flexibility in these guidelines so you don't have to keep revising them. You are able to revise these at any point because these are not an ordinance, but we still wanted to add clarity and, you know, try to make it so you don't have to do a lot of work every time you look at these, or every time you might want to change the program up a bit. So the range of funding would be $25,000 to $150,000 per project. Eligible applicants would be public housing authorities or nonprofit development organizations. Those are the entities that are really developing these kinds of projects. The housing committee considered adding private developers, but we ultimately decided that doing so would just create such an impossible burden for the city and for the housing committee that at this point it didn't make sense, because public housing authorities and nonprofits are the ones who are receiving similar funds from other sources already subject to all of these requirements. And so the city review of these is leveraged by the fact that that's already happening in other ways. So it reduces the workload and the administrative burden. So in general, this would again be for the construction of new or rehabilitation of existing housing units that will be affordable for ownership and rental. The definition of ownership and rental on an affordable basis is in the guidelines. Generally speaking, affordability is usually tied to 30% of your income. Whatever your income is, that's affordable. But in the guidelines, it establishes that sale price, that rental price is based on, for the sale price, it's based on whatever is affordable to someone who's at 80% of the county median income. And then there's an affordability covenant that created or rehabilitated unit be affordable for a minimum of 15 years. So it's a snapshot of that program. And then going on to the ADU program, some of you may be familiar with the VHIP program that's available out there currently. That's been available for at least a year, maybe two, for people across the state who want to develop ADUs. So as I mentioned before, this program would only be available if there's extra money in the fund beyond $150,000 that fiscal year. Downstreet is the entity that administers VHIP in our area. And so to sort of leverage the program that's already there, we wanted to take advantage of basically everything that exists in VHIP with the smallest amount of tweaks possible that we thought would be positive. And so the one change we made was that VHIP currently offers a 5-year, it's a grant, and then you have a 5-year affordability requirement where you have to rent the unit at HUD fair market value, which is its own defined term. Or you can get a 10-year forgivable loan and you have to maintain affordability for 10 years. The city, we talked to the planning department, and Josh, can certainly speak up and correct us if we get this wrong, but the housing committee and the planning department, I believe, were interested in doing this as a 0 interest loan that's due upon sale, so that it does have some opportunity to have money flow back into the fund. The eligibility criteria would be basically all the same that's already currently in VHIP, and Downstreet would do most of the work. We have to create some of the documents, but most of the work would be done through Downstreet and working with them.
Thanks. All right, and I'll just share. So the third initiative program is leveraging another Downstreet program that's already doing great work in our community. That's the Shared Equity Down Payment Assistance Grants. And funding, of course, for this program would be contingent on there being more than the $150,000 in the fund. So after those large affordable housing grant programs. If there was funding left over in the Housing Trust Fund and there was an eligible applicant to Downstreet for this program, and Downstreet had run out of the regional state funding that they're given every year, then at that time we could fund an additional shared equity home in Montpelier. And those amounts are 20 to 80,000 per project. I think most recently 60 to 80,000. And I'll use the next slide to describe what exactly is this program. So this program essentially eliminates or greatly reduces the need to have a down payment to purchase a home. So it essentially gives a grant for that 60 to 80,000 to bring down the cost of the home to cover that down payment area for an individual. There is an income eligibility criteria. You have to, your household income needs to be 120% of the HUD median area income or less. You apply through Downstreet. I believe Downstreet's currently receiving funding for 2 from the Vermont Housing Finance Agency per year. in its region. We are just one town of many in the region. And so they run out of funding very quickly for this program. And so if they did run out of program funding for the region and there was an individual interested in Montpelier, they could potentially go through this to get the funding to do a home here. The way that it works is the home goes into the downstreet portfolio. So an individual could purchase the home with this shared equity grant. They could live in it forever. That would be totally fine. They could also sell it if they want to. And if they sell it, the sale goes back through downstreet to the next income eligible family. The appreciation on the house, 25% will go to the seller. The other 75% goes into replenishing sort of the administration of the program for downstreet, and then the rest gets plowed into further grants for this property. So the grant amount over time is growing. So the price of the house is not static. It's not getting frozen at the time it comes into the program, but it is always consistently much more affordable than it would be on the regular market. So it's a really effective program. It's a national model that was actually, I think, pioneered by the Champlain Housing Trust. And they did a large report on it there. And I think the average tenure for living in a house was about 7.5 years across the spectrum of their houses. So it's a really nice affordability opportunity that recycles to more and more families and helps them build equity and then go on and purchase a home on their own, and frees up the opportunity for more people in the community. So with that, I'll do one more slide. Then I'll turn it over to Sean. I think we've already outlined this, but just to say it again, recommending that the first $150,000 be reserved each year for those large affordable housing project grants. That's probably your biggest hitter where you're going to develop the most units. And after that, funding these additional opportunities for additional housing construction through ADUs and affordability subsidy programs for folks who want to live here in Montpelier. I'm going to turn it over to Sean.
Thanks. And then on the annual timeline, I'm not going to read all these bullets here. You can look at them, but I think the high level points are we tried to lay out the annual cycle in line with your budget development process. So being queued off when the city budget's approved by the voters. If this were to go into effect now, then that notice of available funding would go out, right at the start of July, with the deadlines for applications to be able to come in August, and then flowing through the review of them, so that by the time you're developing the budget at the end of the calendar year, you'd have a sense of where grants were going out the door was the main piece. The way the guidelines are written is you don't have to be tied to these dates. There's flexibility of 14 days after such and such, but this was kind of the default that we laid out with that purpose in mind. This one. Okay. And then again, won't read these either, but we did articulate what the roles and responsibilities would be for the city council, for the city manager, designee, for the planning department, and the housing committee, all having a role to play in keeping these projects grants rolling and going to the most effective purposes possible.
All right. That is the end of our presentation.
Great, thank you. And again, if you could stop sharing.
Yes,
Thank you. I have a question that I think I know the answer to, but I should be clear. The $150,000 for the large projects, that is $150,000 in annual budget, not $150,000 in the trust fund at any given time. Is that right?
It's the latter. It's every July 1st you would look at your trust. Like, it's dependent on how much you allocate, right? But we have numbers on what is currently in the fund.
Currently have $249,000 in the fund approximately. So and I think there was zero allocated for this budget year, but so we have that money. So if the city council enacted these changes, then on July 1st, the city would advertise, the request for proposals for development projects, and the city would have $150,000 for a project, if a project comes forward this year that meets the criteria and that you wanted to fund. And then there's an additional 100,000 that could be available for the ADU and shared equity programs. We discussed at length with the housing committee whether or not we should be continuing to keep a balance in the fund. And the overall thinking was that we're in a housing crisis and that we probably shouldn't be sitting on the money and that we should be getting it out there. So if there isn't a major project in that year, get it out the door. If people want to build ADUs on their property, do it. If we can get more like affordability, properties in the flow for downstreet, do it. And so that was the thinking there.
I think that's great because what we've learned with the other projects that you've mentioned is that to build a project like French Block or any of the other projects, there could be 10 or more funding sources. And what other funding sources have told us is that even having $150,000, which is not a large amount in comparison to the total cost of the project, but that helps attract other money from other funders. And so we always want to have city money going into a project like this. Anybody have any other questions? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the new, Steve?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment, and you've heard it before, especially when you're channeling money to nonprofits, you're outsourcing a government function to a nonprofit like Downstreet. I saw a reference to Good Sam. We need to put contractual requirements that provide some level of transparency similar to public records law. That there's real problems with maintenance and accountability within Downstreet, their overcapacity, their treatment of tenants based on who's paying full fare and who's subsidized. And those issues you don't uncover unless you have some public records accountability. So here's a place where you're talking about giving money to Downstreet, and we need transparency into those programs. So now is the time to do it because you're remodeling the program. So I'd say postpone a vote on this and have them come back with some proposals to address that.
Okay, thank you.
Did you read this, Stephen? Did you read the proposal? I think they've addressed it. I guess that's why I'm.
No, I mean, there's no mechanism in here to require the beneficiaries. I'm not talking about the individual homeowner who's putting an ADU in. I'm talking about when we're handing off the task of managing the loan program or the grant program to Downstreet. That's where this would kick in, because that's a program that creates a big bureaucracy and shields the problems that they're having because they're not subject to public records law. Is that clear?
Yeah, I'll just say that we have tried to really focus on accountability in the work that we did with the revisions and have some clear requirements for the planning department and the city in terms of creating very clear contracts that are accessible with the contracted entities, which would likely be Downstreet.
Yeah,
I hope we've addressed that, or we've thought a lot about it, but
I think so.
Good point.
But Downstreet is not subject to public records law.
But it still needs it's all right. It's in here to my satisfaction. So I would like to move that we approve the guidelines for the Montpelier Housing Trust Fund and thank the efforts of the committee. It's an incredible effort and very grateful for your year and a half's work on this.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Yeah, Maricel.
I too would like to commend you for the amount of work that went into this. I mean, the 2018 guidelines were 3 pages. We now have 13 pages, so we did clarify and add detail. It would have helped me if I had a summary of what you changed, because you changed the approach to some things. You sort of reversed the way things were treated in certain places. I managed to do it by taking both documents and doing a word compare, and I got to see all the changes, but just for future reference, to go from 3 pages to 13, there was a lot of new stuff, and I didn't know what had been changed. So it would have been helpful, but
Yeah, we probably should have put in
you
a
did
cover letter or given you the PowerPoint earlier.
you did a pretty thorough job. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I actually asked Emma if there was a red line version, and she explained to me very
I have it.
appropriately that when you're
would've been a lot of
doing such a major rewrite of the policy, it's really not feasible to do a red
Red line
line.
would be difficult. I commend you for
Yeah.
for doing it. But yeah, I think definitely sometimes we have conversations with the full housing committee. And so, we're in the process of talking about those things over time. And this is the first time I think the full council's hearing it. So,
No, great job. I mean, I don't mean to criticize, just something to think about next time you, 6 years from now, you redo it again.
Yeah.
All right. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Any opposed? Okay, thanks for doing this.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're up to item 12, budget adjustment, continued discussion.
Mr. Mayor. So at your last meeting, we talked about the funds we'd received from the state for to offset our financial losses with the flood, the use of our remaining ARPA funds, and potential use of the lease revenues we received last winter. And we had a proposed plan. You approved some of it and left a lot open. In your packets or online, the things that are in yellow are the
I lost audio. Can you all hear me?
I can, and I can't hear them anymore either.
Okay. What's happening? Hello? Oh, what do we do? Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
We can just plug this into it.
I should be able to do it, host it remotely like I was before.
Yeah, is this
Okay.
one the host?
This one's the host, I think, right now.
So you to leave and come back.
You try that?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's that? Yes.
Great.
Okay. So at our last meeting about the budget, about this adjustment for funding, there was a great deal of discussion about, the status of the state's, $3.5 million for elevating homes. So we were charged with getting some more information about that. We held a meeting, with state officials last week. The mayor sat in, so I don't know if you want to add anything about that, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I thought it was a very encouraging meeting. You know, people were expressing concerns about a number of questions, including is the state going to impose a lot of red tape in order to draw down the funds, and are we going to be having conversations with these guys only to have them come back with requirements from the higher ups who are going to make it worse than we anticipate it's going to be, and possibly and it was very clear to me that we were meeting with the people who are making the decisions, they're setting the standards, and they're going to be getting this done very quickly. There was also a question that we were discussing last time about, well, how long is it going to take to get elevation contractors, and could we accelerate that process if we had more of our money to invest in that process? And what we were told was that there really doesn't seem to be any good evidence to demonstrate that having that throwing more money at that is going to enable the attract elevation contractors who aren't already ready to go. But I think Bill has some information about that.
So I think there were thank you, Mr. Mayor. There were a few key takeaways. One is that they're going to release immediately $1.4 million of that to Barry and Montpelier. Don't know the exact division, but assuming it was 700,000, that would be able to do possibly as many as 4 elevations, depending on the prices. So that would be able to be moved. They are going to allow us to begin work to get elevation certificates and engineering designs done, even before the state can release the money that they'll reimburse us afterwards, so we can incur city costs to do that on their nickel. That they have actually more money than 3.5 million. There's specifically 3.5 million for home residential elevations, but there are other additional programs that were also got funded this year to deal with flood repair that could be eligible. So if we needed more money for whatever reasons, there are additional funds available, and they're going to be seeking proposals. And after they sort of hit the first 2 big ones, which are us and Barry, they'll be seeking proposals for the rest of the funding and hoping to use all their money, not just this money. So we laid out plans where we'd like to see basically the work done in 2 pods. So one group of work on Lower State Street, where we do all the homes together and ideally accelerate the build out of Ed Haggett's house, the buyout, not the build out, the buyout. So that house could be purchased, and then that site could be used as the staging area for the rest of the projects to be coordinated, and then a similar effort at Elm Street. So that's what we proposed to them. We also talked to them about the possibility of using some of these fundings to accelerate buyouts. And they said they were also considering that. One of the positives of this is if we were to use city or combination of state monies as opposed to FEMA money is, Ed, do you mind if I use your home as an example? No, you don't mind? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So say for example, we were able to purchase Ed's home and he gets his buyout and gets his fair market value and leaves. If FEMA does that, first of all, it's going to take longer, but also it has to then be raised and the property can't be used for anything else ever. If the city or state were to buy it, we could take it down, use it to help stage, and then maybe work with a downstreet or someone to put in a properly constructed, elevated, multifamily, 5 or 6 units there. So it could be put back into productive use, but protected by, elevated. So state understands that that would be a way to have more housing that could happen. So we are trying to figure that out. But that's a theory at this point that is a potential to speed that up. I'm trying to just lost my notes here. So that's basically, so we will be beginning the elevations. So the next thing that's happened, we've sent them a list of the properties we expected to work on. We expect to get approval of that immediate turnaround. Once we do that, then the property owners would agree to that and we can get all that done. And then start looking for contractors. We've already started looking and have identified contractors that are available in the area, could actually do work this summer or fall, or at least one set of the work. So we are pushing to move on that. So that's where that is at. Those are the options. I mean, again, I know I'm probably repeating myself. There will be the immediate dispersal of funds somehow allocated between Montpelier and Barry, then a process where we can submit for additional projects and additional funding along with other communities in the state, but it's not limited to just 3.5 million. What their goal is to take, because some of the other projects have different eligibility, they can try to match the proposals to the funding. Ours are pretty straightforward. It's residential elevations, which is what we asked for the money for. So ours would most likely come from these, but that's what they told us. And then I asked for what I could say today in public, and I was told that I could say they would be releasing the 1.4 million to Barry and Montpelier soon. So that's what I have to report from that meeting.
Thanks, Bill.
And again, the mayor was there. If you heard anything different, please.
As it happened, we were at the same meeting and we heard the same stuff, and I don't have anything to contradict what you said. I think the meeting went quite well, and as I said, I was encouraged by what I heard. Now we're sharing I think we're sharing the funding pool table, and for people who want to who are following along at home or who want to understand this more, in the budget, in the section titled Budget Adjustment Act, we have an allocation of what is it, $349,000 for general fund, and
Right. We would start with the sources of funds.
Okay.
So there were 3 sources of funds that we were looking at for this. One was our remaining ARPA funds, which was just under $740,000, which we need to get obligated. The second was the state's budget adjustment money that they gave to us as a revenue, basically to recognize our lost revenues. That was $825,000. And the third was the lease revenue that we received from FEMA of $514,000. So those are the 3 sources of funds we were looking at. At the last meeting, you approved the use of some, and then we've had a couple of, we've had some additional information come in and change, and then we even have more suggestions for things that you can take off the list and add to the list or whatever tonight.
And we have a memo from you.
Yeah, but I also will go through it again. I don't want, just so everyone.
Okay.
Yeah. There's only a handful of people. If you think we get photocopies for 5 or 6 copies?
By phone?
Right, we'll see how it goes.
It'd be any less visible.
Right, yeah, because it's not just the size, it's also, it's kind of a light color against the white backgrounds.
So, all right, so we'll get photocopies of all that. In the meantime, and it is on the screens of people at home, and we have them here. Yeah, it's actually easier to read on the computer screen than on that screen. So I just had a couple of notes I sent out to you, and I'll just say this so everyone can hear it. On this list is a door lock system for the city hall. You actually had already approved that expenditure at an earlier meeting, but it wasn't in the list of things that we approved last time. So probably be good if we paid it. The fire truck, we have our insurance money, and we had put 50,000 in capital reserve for the replacement truck for one that burned. We'd popped another $50,000 here as a hedge in case we needed it. We don't think we will need it. So that is $50,000 that could be reallocated to other purposes if you wished. The fence for $40,000. We understand that there's a lot of questions about the fence. We're not sold ourselves. We were going to talk to the homelessness task force, but probably in the realm of priorities that could be reallocated elsewhere. People had raised the issue about CityBot and had some questions. This was really proposed in response to sort of concerns we've heard that it's hard to search our website. It is a proven platform on other city websites. I know we got a demo from us that wasn't a complete version, but nonetheless, it's not the highest priority that we have. We could certainly reallocate that. And then, so that, those three together are just a little over $100,000. Then we have the sectional plow blades for 50,000. We do need those. There's a kind of rubber blades, and they're actually very helpful because they help, we can reduce a lot of salt use, so we save money. But the School Street project, and you would see at the things that already were funded, were largely to get that School Street project completed. We just opened the bids, and they did come in high. So we would like, if there were an approval, the ability to use some, up to all, but of this money for the School Street project. But if not, what we don't use, we can use for plow blades. And then just in terms of, how much money there is to move around, there was, if you look at the initial proposal at the bottom, there was 61,000 unallocated. And then there was, again, just this quote that we got from Doug Farnham today from the state that we will be getting at least our share of 1.4 million between Barre and Montpelier, and additional funding to come. And then lastly, there had been some suggestions put out by council members, not obviously the full council, that totaled about 208,000. So there'd be about 161,000 that could be reallocated. So that we'd still, if we funded everything on the council list, we'd still have to find $47,000. So I think that's the quick summary of where we are at.
Karen.
So I have a question about the ARPA funding. What I remember when I started on the council, it had happened before I started, but that a certain amount, 400 and some $1,000, had been set aside from the ARPA for homelessness and for addressing homelessness in some way. I think we used some of it, like maybe 15,000, 10 to 15,000, to pay consultants to do a study. I don't have a memory of spending any of the rest of it. And I also don't have a memory of deciding not to spend it in that way. And so I'm wondering about the history of that.
Sure.
This is my first question.
Yeah. Okay. And we can track that back for you. I don't have, so, and Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong on this, or maybe she's already got the answer to that. I think we also used some of that for the architectural study on the Barre Street building, but
On the
because that was the
center.
follow-up of that
Yep,
homelessness task force.
Yep.
But when we had the budget shortfalls, we basically wiped out all the ARPA clean and said, we're going to reallocate all of it just to basically make up for our revenues. So that was in the budget adjustment that we made, if I'm correct, and I want to make sure I am. But I think
What,
that's,
and when did we do that?
yeah, I'll let the expert talk.
That was part of the justification.
Mm-hmm.
So we basically wiped all of that funding, with the exception of the 300,000 that was allocated towards the rec center grant match. And so in this proposal, it's just pivoting that rec grant match out of ARPA and down, into the FEMA lease revenue line, because the ARPA money needs to be obligated by the end of this calendar year. And the best case is that we spend it by the end of this calendar year, we risk having to return it to the federal government.
And we can't use the rec center. We can't.
It won't be in
spend
time.
that in time. Yeah.
And it's also a match, a federal match
Yeah,
for federal money.
there may be matching issues.
Okay. Okay, so I still think it was a good idea to set money aside. And so I would love to try to preserve that spirit as much as we possibly can. And so, for instance, I see in the Budget Adjustment Act funds, there's $15,000 for Parks ADA restroom, and it says cut from ARPA. Couldn't we put that back and use ARPA money for that, since public restrooms were definitely a big thing on our list to use that $400,000 for?
I mean, good.
Yeah, we could. If we can
Okay.
do it by the end of the calendar year, that would, the purpose of allocating the funds towards ARPA was to get things spent down that were still priorities
Got
that
it.
still needed to be.
So there might be a question of the feasibility of
Doing that by
doing
the
that
end of
by the
December
end of the year.
31st.
Got it.
And to be clear, just so everyone, to keep everyone up, when you, the matching issue that you and Bill mentioned is that the grant for the rec center is federal money and we can't
ARPA
use,
money is federal money too, and it gets tricky when you match federal with federal. There's very specific rules.
they're expecting us to use our own money as the match, basically.
Yeah, or non-federal money.
Okay, thanks.
And this is a little bit of a stretch. I'm not trying to rationalize this, but the impetus for pursuing, so the line when we had the consultant study about homelessness who said you should look at the rec building. So that caused us to do the architectural study of the rec building, who came back and said, here's all the things that you need if you were to convert it to either a shelter and or housing in the long run. And some of it was all these systems needs. So we applied for a grant, and this is to set that building up for future use. So arguably, it is in fact the same. It is being used for housing and homelessness purposes. Obviously, we haven't made a final decision about the use of that building. But if you recall the architectural proposal, it talked about the ability to convert that building to transitional housing, basement shelter, permanent basement shelter, and upper floor housing of, I want to say 10 units, but I could be wrong about that. But all of this work, all of the HVAC work, all of the electrical work, all of the upgrade, the asbestos removal, all that stuff has to be done regardless of what we use it for. But certainly in terms of being able to market it to another, if we were to go ahead with another rec center somewhere, the idea was we would transition this into a community facility for dealing with unhoused people. So that is the continuum of this project. We're not necessarily putting this money in just to keep it as a rec center. Although, that could happen. I can't say that it won't happen, but that's not the plan.
And of that money, we've spent about 35,000, and it's been on the Parker report. The report Bill is just mentioning, and some asbestos removal.
Tim.
All is about since we did all these conversations with the flood last July, but it feels to me like it's a question, but the long way to get there is going to be. My gut feeling is that the bike path issue is there's a basic lack of public restrooms. That's part of the reason why that's so bad over there at the moment. And people are going down the riverbanks to try to go to the bathroom, and it's just awful. I also think at least in my mind, that the ideal location for public restrooms is probably more in this area, like in this building, than on Berry Street right now. And when we had the Parker report, we didn't have the lower level of City Hall wiped out. But is there a way we can turn around this money by the end of the year to create public restrooms in this building? That would be closer to the police station. It would be central downtown.
I think that there is the potential through the FEMA process to get public restrooms put back into this building that would be outward facing. I think that would happen with FEMA in this year? No, but I do think that there's a portion of funding available from them that could help pay for this without needing to use money we already have or this money that's set aside for other things. So that, as we work on this building rebuild, they have to make us whole to codes and standards. And part of that is we had ADA accessible restrooms in the basement and we no longer have that. So as part of our recovery, we should be able to work restrooms of some kind that are public facing into that.
And we've actually insisted on that in any of the designs that it be actually a more accessible public restroom. And we had talked about whether one of the versions where they talked about expanding in the back would have one. We've even talked about where the planning office used to be, there's an external door and cementing that in. So even if the rest of the basement got filled, that could have an accessible ramp or something lift or something is going in, and then have public bathrooms there that even if they filled with water, they could just be pumped out and, have metal facilities in the, so we've asked them to sort of cost that out, and that may or may not be FEMA eligible. So if it's not, that could be, something we would do on our own. But that's what we've been pushing for. Because I agree with you that this location is better than that other location.
Yeah, Adrian.
Yes, I hope you all can hear me. I think my internet at the hotel is getting a little funky.
Oh, we hear you.
Okay, good, because you're all freezing up on my end. So I just want to make sure I come through loud and clear. So I was looking at the budget and I just want to go through some, I put the budget into an Excel spreadsheet and move stuff around. So, and so I'm just going to go through this just to see if this makes sense. I can't share my screen, I don't think, but hopefully you all can follow me. So for the pavement, so in all the yellow,
Adrian,
yeah,
we've just been told you can share your screen if you want
good. Oh,
to.
that will be so much better. Okay, good. Let me just see if I can do this. Okay. Oh, that'll make life so much easier. Okay. So I was just kind of doing some quick cut and pasting onto my Excel spreadsheets because that does automatic math for me, and I'm not going to do math at this hour of the night. So we have the yellows. I didn't put the descriptions over here, but this was the Berry recovery, School Street pipe lining, School Street sidewalks, the paving, and the meadow structure. So those were all already approved. So those were in yellow. Then we have the pavement conditions, which was $25,000 to expand work to include sidewalks, the fire gear, which was $25,000, the locks, which we've already approved. I don't know. I moved City Bot out of here. I mean, we can definitely have this up for discussion, but I just moved it out just to see what it would look like. We have the $40,000 and I put restrooms. Maybe we can kind of move that or allocate that kind of based on our discussion. The police vests, $25,000, blades, $50,000, air bottles, $20,000. Lauren's going to talk about a potential proposal that she sent the council for allocating $100,000 to the Montpelier Commission for Recovery for flood projects that they're going to propose. So I threw that in there. So that came out to $823,500. Then we had the FEMA, which was $395, $215, $150, $15,000. And I put, can we maybe move this down, the $40,000 here. So it's $55,000 to look at restrooms, even possible showers, temporary, something that we can just kind of, save, both our police department and folks from falling down the bank, because that's the terrible situation. I moved the fire engine over because we said we didn't need to do that. So that brings us to $775,000. Then we have the rec center, 300, CCR development grant, 150. So that's 450. And so that leaves us with, we can definitely double check this math, but if we kind of move stuff out and like reallocate some of these items, I think that still leaves us with $26,655 as a plus to kind of move around and play with. Did I get that math right?
I mean, the ARPA money, we only have 700 and some $1,000 of ARPA money, so we can't allocate 823,500 from ARPA.
So that the total was 739. Is that what it was?
739, right? Yeah, 739.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then
And this is very minor. It doesn't change your math at all, but the engineering services 150 was already approved, so that should actually be in yellow.
Which one was? Oh, this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we're still, then we're like almost $100,000 over. All right. I didn't realize the level, that was the max for ARPA. Oh, or maybe it was 736.
739.
The ARPA money left is 736. There's some give or take rounding.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we'll have to, so anyway, Lauren has her hand up. I'm going to stop sharing.
Thanks, Adrian. And Lauren.
Hey, thanks, and apologies. I'm not feeling well, so sorry if I'm not very coherent. And I think John Copans might be in the room with you all, the executive director of the commission. So I'm hoping he might have a more coherent explanation, but I did email you all, but wanted to share for the public's benefit. So the Commission for Recovery and Resilience met the other night, and we're thinking about these funding sources, and we're requesting that the city set aside $100,000 for projects that are being developed by the commission. As folks who might have seen the recent public forum, we are at the stage where we've have a list of priority projects. These again were, ideas that were developed from the community input from public forums, and then the commission's been doing a lot of work to kind of vet and research and look for where we could make the biggest impact. So projects like implementing a downtown building survey, River's Edge master plan, flood mitigation projects, and so on. And, I know that in our strategic plan we're talking about shortly, we've identified that, working on these types of projects is a priority. So just putting aside, this pot of money. So the request right now is not like this is going to a specific project, but let's designate it so that the commission could come back and make a specific proposal for a specific project. So this would not be looking to just kind of fund the commission generically. It would be more set aside so there could be further council conversation around a specific project where city investment does make sense. And the commission is working really hard to look at, all kinds of different funding sources and partnerships and all that. But we anticipate that some city investment will be essential to moving these projects forward. So that's the idea. And maybe John, I don't know the order you want to go, Jack, but hopefully he could have a chance to speak at some point and say it more coherently.
Yeah, this would be the time. Why don't you come on up, John?
Thanks so much, council, and thanks, Lauren. I actually think Lauren covered it pretty well.
Why don't you identify yourself?
Sorry. John Copans, the executive director of the Montpelier Commission for Recovery and Resilience. And as I think folks know, we are sort of moving from broader categories of work around creating a more adaptive downtown, building flood resilience projects in the watershed, and really strengthening our emergency preparedness and emergency response plans. We're moving from that general work towards more specific priorities. And that would include, as Lauren mentioned, a downtown building survey. Essentially, there was about 90 to 100 buildings in downtown that were impacted by this flood. And our sense is that the building owners could use a couple of things at this point as they consider how best to flood-proof those buildings. One, a real sense of what that flood design elevation level is for them. They need to understand in their building what they need to plan for flood elevation, A, and B, some sense of where they can best put their resources to flood-proof those buildings. And so what we envision is, now this won't be full like engineering development for each of these buildings, but instead a basic sense for each one of these building owners of what the potential projects look like for them, in part because we know some of these building owners are already making investment, and we want to be sure they're doing that in an informed way where they are getting the most out of what they're investing in, and in part because we think there are also some financial resources that can be brought to bear to do that work for them. So that's an example of the sort of project that we're working on where, and to be honest, I'm talking with city staff about that very project as something that we're going to collaborate on. So like the sense that this is sort of designating something sort of for the commission, I want to sort of like correct and be clear like that we really see ourselves as working hand in glove with you all in pushing these strategic priorities forward. It would be tremendously helpful to have some sense that, okay, there is this pot of money to draw down from as we really develop these projects as a resource. I don't want to give any illusion that this 100,000 covers all of this work by any scope, right? But knowing that we can then come back to you with more specifics as these projects hit readiness, it would be tremendously helpful as we go out there with other partners to really raise the funds we feel like are going to be necessary to get this work done. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone have any questions for him while he's up? Okay,
Thanks so much.
thanks. Okay, who's up next?
I have a couple more questions. Now I've lost it. Hang on. So under the FEMA lease revenue section, there's the CCR development contract. Can you tell me what that is?
I'm not sure it should be called contract per se. That is the cost to do the engineering work that we need to do. If you recall, we set out a plan. Can't remember, February, March, where we laid out the process, and we're going to do engineering and apply for the TIF. So these are the next phases of that work that we haven't yet funded.
So under the Budget Adjustment Act, we have engineering services.
That is different. So that is for Public Works to do projects because they've not been able to hire. They just coincidentally are the same amounts of money, but they're for two completely different things. It's for, I think there was a list of 8 or 10 specific projects that we are getting outside engineering for of different types of expertise. So, and because we have been unable to hire a staff person, council approved this money to move those projects along. They're both engineering, but two different things.
Thank you. I'm trying to look at all of these sources of funds and with the sort of intention behind them in mind. Now the ARPA money, we're so far away from COVID, addressing COVID fallout that it's kind of hard to do that. But one of the things about ARPA is it's not supposed to be for ongoing expenses, right? It's kind of one-time stuff. So I would like to try to preserve that. The Budget Adjustment Act money was given to us by the legislature to try to address shortfalls that came about because of the flood. So anything that addresses that. So I don't, yeah. And then the FEMA lease revenue seems like it should go either towards Country Club Road development, since that's what the money was being paid for, or towards flood recovery, mitigation, that kind of thing. And so I also understand that we might need to do some creative moving around because we have to spend the ARPA money by the end of the year. So that's where I'm getting a little bit hung up on how to accomplish that. I think it's really important for us to spend some money on the Montpelier Commission for Recovery and Resilience. Seems like it makes the most sense to me that it would come out of that FEMA lease revenue. rather than anywhere else, personally, if we're going to try to preserve that. So that's what
I get the buckets. I can make sure we get the money spent in the ARPA bucket first for one-time things. If that is reallocating, for example, the engineering services, we didn't know how quickly we would use that money, which is why we didn't put that to ARPA. But we could use some of that towards the ARPA and just reposition the other funding. So I feel comfortable in managing the different pots of money to be sure we're in compliance with the different requirements, if that's helpful.
That's really helpful. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think from our perspective, it was really just, these are the needs, and there's a whole list of needs underneath that are not funded, and this is the funds we have available. And with the only two caveats that we couldn't really use the what we had intended to use ARPA for, the 300,000 for the rec center to match a grant. So we had to put that somewhere else. And then also the need to get stuff that we could spend quickly in the ARPA money. And otherwise it was just, the budget shortfalls are what they are. And that's what that money was for. And then just trying to fit everything else in within the funding that we had.
Adrian.
Sorry, I'm such a visual person. So I updated my spreadsheet with actually just making sure that ARPA was close to that 736. So can I share that again?
Sure.
To see if this makes sense. Okay. I'm like, I have to see things. It's how my brain works. So once again, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I did put the, once again, I don't know, we can be up, this could all be up for discussion, but I removed CityBot, which we can put it back in. I had that $40,000 here. We can move that. Once again, this is just kind of in those buckets that we just talked about. And so if we moved CityBot out of the ARPA, that brings us down to 723, which is, still a little bit below the 736. So we could always add some more back to that budget. We can move that around. The budget adjustment, we're going to keep the $150,000 in for public works. I don't know if we can do $100,000. I mean, I'd love to have $100,000 set aside for, flood recovery projects. I think that's going to be huge, right? So the commission's working on these projects. I know they're going to do fundraising, but, how can we as a city support those projects? I think that's something that we could discuss, but I don't know how we move that money around. So even if we did a budget adjustment and kept 50,000 aside, that still leaves us at that $825,000, which is what I think we had for budget adjustment. And then, FEMA, we have 450. So you still have that rec center grant match and the development grant, which is $150,000. So I think there's still some money that we can move back into ARPA. It's about $10,000. We can move back up here from, maybe one of these projects that, that we, it's like that one-time funds that we just have to spend. And then I don't know if we want to look at some of these numbers to see if we want to, increase the Montpelier Commission for Recovery, or, what do we want to do with these $40,000 for the, the fence? I mean, do we want to wait to get a recommendation from the homelessness task force? I just don't know what to do, but this is kind of what I looked at in terms of the numbers and how we can move them around. If that makes sense to anyone other besides me.
Oh, I totally see where you're coming from. I think it makes sense. Steve, you've been standing up for a while. I'm wondering if you're seeking to be recognized. Why don't we do that now?
Whitaker, I had put a request in a couple days ago to ask about the status of that homelessness task force ARPA reservation that had not been committed. So I was glad to hear Carrie asked that question and discover that it has been scooped out. But I want to point out that the 5 years ago, we created the homelessness task force, and the priorities were bathrooms, showers, phone charging, lockers, and one other. We've accomplished literally none of those. We've lost bathrooms. Our best bet for bathrooms would be to insist that the Green Mountain Transit lease be renegotiated. We take those bathrooms, put a shower in one of them, and we staff them and clean them. In effect, Green Mountain Transit needs only the glass cage. They do not need the entire lobby. We're giving them that for $1 a year. I still don't know if the handicap door has been repaired. That's one of the things that we should hear reported back from, rather than, keep saying it year after year. I know you took an interest in that. The Taylor Street handicap door paddles had never been installed. So transit center is the best and quickest way to use ARPA money to get those bathrooms, get a shower in one of them. We could even put lockers in the transit center, large size, backpack size lockers to accommodate some of this. The shower, if it's there, should be scheduled not on peak transit hours, because you often riders need 2 bathrooms to get in and off the bus, but people could schedule when they want to get in there and get a shower. That's a workable model that could be accomplished this year. I do not like seeing failed planning costing us access to that money we set aside for this purpose years ago. Elks Club, the Pod Village concept to create emergency housing and trigger state funding to finance our carrying costs and engineering work is a very viable, but it would need to be started now to get toilet and shower insulated trailers in time for this winter. That's intensive planning that has not been done. Restroom trailers, shower trailers, and surface electrical. You need electric rubber heating mat in each pod. Not high current, but enough for a phone charging, a reading light, and enough heat to keep these things from freezing. School Street, I'm concerned that I'm only seeing water mains discussed on School Street, whereas I understand that there was a requirement from talking to Kurt. We needed to do the stormwater and the sewer under there.
It's all being done.
Okay, so that's included in the numbers. That alarmed me that we were only talking about water and not wastewater and stormwater. So,
wait a minute, just double checking that. I'm pretty sure.
Some of that is included in this number and some of this is budgeted in those funds.
Right. So we have
this
this is additional money to what we'd already set aside.
Okay, so there is money enough to
I know, we're
complete
doing
the whole School Street. I didn't want that to be a surprise. The LiDAR, I had suggested that years ago, and I'm delighted that it's been in the budget for a couple of years, but it's been postponed. That's the most cost-effective way to get a complete inventory of the condition of our roads and sidewalks. So I would like to see you address that. CityBot is not ripe. We need to redo our website and get our domain on a .gov before we consider an AI bot. We do not want to add an AI bot to a crap website. And we did have 50,000. Has that 50,000 been spent, or has it too been swept up into a fill the whole fund? We did not get a new website. We put $50,000 into budget a year or two ago for that. And we got the same crap website we had then.
Yeah, we did upgrade all of it.
Well, no, we didn't, because there was no process to discuss what software, what feature set. I mean, if one person did it and did it the same way as before, it's not an upgrade. 5,000 is not enough to do a emergency action plan. I've been critical of the plan.
All right, Steve, I'm going to interrupt you here just because I'm going to give you facts about this. This is a contribution to the Montpelier Recovery Commission plan. What is it, about 50,000 you're spending? And this is a city, they asked for 10% of it from the city.
Okay, that's fine.
And
Yeah, I
to
just
do
wanted
exactly what you talked about, community plan to deal with the
All right, I knew
residents
you
and all
couldn't
those-
do it for 5,000, that's why I was calling it. So that's fine to interrupt me on that one. I think I made my points. Transit center priority, a fence to keep people from using the restroom when we haven't dealt with the restroom shortage and the accessible, long hours accessible restroom is a smarter investment than a fence.
Before Steve spoke, I was just going to respond to what Adrian had said, because she was laying out. I'd offer a suggestion simply that you all should figure out how you want to spend where you want to put all of these funds. We can make sure they're in the right buckets. I don't think there's a lot of value added for you all to be worried about what you're taking from which source, as much as saying there's this total sum of money, because you can get yourself down a rabbit hole that way. It's like you've got, was it it's $2,075,000 to work with. And how do you want to reallocate that? I think that's really and how you want to do that. And you've got this proposal, we just gave you some suggestions, and you've offered a few suggestions. And then there's the list down below of things that, we would have moved forward with under normal circumstances that we're not. So,
And the dollars are fungible.
yeah, basically, yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, I think that we'll make sure that they get in the right bucket. Just knowing, I think that the key rules is we can't match federal money with federal money. So, and obviously there's a bunch of things we want to make sure that we're spending stuff that we can spend by year end.
Mhm. All right. So hearing that, does anyone have a list of items where they just want to propose, we spend this, we don't spend that, and make it add up to the dollars we want to make it add up to? Carrie?
Okay. I don't know if my math is going to be right on this, but if we do not spend 10,500 on CityBot, and we do not spend 50,000 on the fire engine, and we still have 61,000 that was unspoken for in the original plan, that is more than 100,000. Yeah, it's
121,600.
yeah. So
I mean, total of all of them.
So we could have 100,000 go towards the Commission for Recovery and Resilience, and still have a little bit left over, and do all the other things that are on the list. I think that works.
And Adrian?
I like that. And can we ensure that $40,000 maybe combine it somehow with that $15,000 for Parks ADA restroom to have some type of bathroom for, public availability, even if it's a short-term solution? I don't know about the transit center, but I know that I'm here in Pittsburgh, and one of the big topics we've talked about this week in my public health conference is homelessness. And they have those temporary, portable bathrooms with showers. I mean, that is one way that a lot of cities around the country are trying to, until they come up with permanent solutions. I mean, homelessness is an international epidemic that is not unique to Montpelier. And so I know I've learned a lot this week in my conference, and that is one way that we could possibly use some of those funds to provide bathrooms, so that the hypothesis is that they don't fall down the riverbed and go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I like the allocation. I'm wondering about the restroom shower plan that Adrian's mentioning here. I don't recall exactly from your earlier, there was an email, I think, about this, but is this just the hardware, or does this include maintenance and cleaning and that kind of stuff?
So After I got her email, I looked up and it looks like purchasing the units is about 40,000. I mean, there's a range depending on what you get. I would assume. So we have not put a lot of research into this and we could always just hold the sum of money and come back with, talk to the homelessness task force and come back
Yeah.
with a recommendation. It's also a possibility. But I think, so my thinking on those was number one, some of them we saw had like China toilet seats, which I think would last about 3 days before they got smashed. And so I think, you'd want the ones, we'd want to find some with metal fixtures inside, things that were more resilient. There is, these are independent units. They don't tie into water and sewer. So they need to be refilled with water. They need to be drained. There is a fair amount of maintenance that involves them. And I don't know what the extent of that is yet and what the commitment is to doing that. So that would be certainly an additional need that we'd have to take care of because it is.
It seems, because it's been a topic for a while and the committee studied it. Is there a report anywhere? Is there have we advanced anywhere on a recommended option or how to approach from this committee? No.
Not specifically. So the couple of things that were looked at, as you may recall, in the design study for the rec center, they did show how a front facing shower, and I can't remember what the number was for that. And I think so that was one option. We had obviously been looking for what we could do in this building. The immediate short term, not great solution was putting out porta potties in a few places. Those are not the best.
Yeah, it would seem like we've got buildings downtown. It's more, how can we focus on one of these buildings? Because it's Vermont. You're not going to, something that's unheated makes no sense. So whether it's the rec building, it's this building. So if we do something here, do we lose FEMA money? Is that the implication? If we jumped in and got something going in this building?
I can't
You don't
answer
know,
that
yeah.
per se. FEMA has been tricky and there's been a lot of hoops to jump and prior approval. So there is the potential that we could shell out our own money and not get reimbursed to do something quicker here.
But if we did
and
that
you
and
also-
but we wouldn't lose the rest of the project, right? We would just lose that money we invested in the bathrooms?
I would think so.
Okay.
I can't say that for certain.
But of course, we've also had a couple of presentations from our consultants, and I think most people were leaning towards the plans that involve filling the basement with cement.
Yeah, but there's a portion of it we don't have to fill that could be used. I mean, you've got
That could-
flexibility.
That could happen, it's
Yeah.
true, yeah.
Yeah, I would rather spend $40,000 on providing some kind of public restroom access than a fence. I don't know that we can work out the details of that right now, but can we, maybe we could say that that's where we want that $40,000 to go, is to address, the needs of the people who are falling down the bank. And then with the homelessness task force and with others, we could figure out a better way to spend that money.
So,
and it's actually 61.5, right? Because you used 100,000 of the 121.5. That you added up, right?
No,
You took out
I left
10.5.
40,000 there for the fence. So,
Right, you took out the city bought, you took out the fire truck. You added the 61, that's 121.5.
It leaves 61.6.
it's really.
It leaves 61.5.
Yeah,
or
40 for the
60.
fence and then an extra 21 left over.
No, but we took out
Adrian
the
had
100.
proposed combining the park bathroom in this for 55,000.
and I think that park bathroom is gonna be, if we don't spend it now, I think that's intended for Hubbard Park, right? So that's something that if we don't do now, we're gonna have to do because that's part of our ADA plan. And we've done other work up at Hubbard Park, but not that. So that'll be another year where we have to do that. Whether we decide doing public bathroom downtown is more important this year than doing a bathroom, accessible bathroom at Hubbard Park. I think that's a reasonable choice to make.
Well, all I was trying to establish was the number that we've got. I mean, if we from what Kerry was talking about, we cover everything,
If we cut the city
including
bot- yeah,
a hundred in commission to the commission, we still have 61.5.
No, 20,000.
if she's including the fence money plus the leftover 61.6, if we're only including the leftover, it's 21.6.
I think she's including the fence money, but she's proposing on setting it aside for a public restroom and shower.
So what I'm saying is what we're setting aside is 61.5 really, because we have that 21.5 left over, do we not?
Well, right.
Yeah.
I think
Unless
you're
we-
saying the same things differently. I think what I heard Councilmember Brown say is we wanted to set aside $40,000 to look and or the 15,000 and that there would just be 21,000 you haven't talked about that
Unallocated,
last
right.
21,000, or we could just leave 61,000 unallocated and come back. But I think the message I heard was we want to sort of redirect from a fence and see what we can do to provide a short-term bathroom solution.
One of the things that I have heard a number of times is, well, why don't we just renegotiate the contract with the transit company? And my reaction is, well, we've got a contract and we could go to them and say, well, we want to renegotiate it. And they would presumably say, well, no, we're satisfied with what we have, I assume, right?
It's a little more complicated. I mean, Steve is right that the contract does call for, bathrooms being open, and they are open at all the times that they are present. They've not funded, that we've been in conversations with them about expanding their staffing and or co-locating a state facility there that would have it expand its hours of being open so that there would be more bathroom hours.
Which I'd like to see that happen.
Yes, I think we all would like to see
Yeah.
that.
Carrie, do you want to take all the suggestions that you just laid out and make it into a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, get out your pencil. or-
The tape on this one.
Okay. So I move that we allocate, I'll try it this way, all of the suggested expenses that came from city staff with the following exceptions. So we remove CityBot for $10,500. We remove the fire engine for $50,000. Yep, and we add in $100,000 for the Commission on Recovery and Resilience. And we direct city staff to the $40,000 for the fence. We reallocate it towards addressing the needs of homeless people in downtown Montpelier.
And does your
That-
proposal include the,
Still leaves like $18,000 or $20,000 unallocated.
and does your proposal involve also doing that with the money that's in for the accessible bathroom in Hubbard Park?
Just leaving it there.
Okay. Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Is there anyone who thinks we're overlooking something that we really must not overlook? And I'll throw out an idea that we haven't talked about yet, but I brought it up in my query to the city manager this morning or this afternoon, which is that the idea of doing CityBot, and for some reason I keep thinking in my head of calling it Robo City, but the idea of CityBot was to enhance communication and access to information. That's almost an even up trade for putting the Times Argus and Bridge pages back in. And so if we're looking for ways to communicate with our residents, that has some value to me, and we might have freed up enough money to do that. And I'm not saying that's part of your motion. I'm just putting it in as part of the conversation. And if people want to shoot me down, happy shoot me down.
I'll shoot you down.
Okay.
I didn't put it in my motion, but I'd rather see that extra money go towards addressing the needs of homeless people in some way. I just don't know what that is exactly. So that's why I didn't put it in there. But I don't think that the pages in the newspapers give us a whole lot of bang for our buck in terms of communication, and that extra $20,000 might make a big difference with getting people access to restrooms, for instance.
Okay. Tim.
I do think it was brought up the pod community or something for homeless or unhoused people at the Country Club Road property is going to be needed. Whether last year we used the building, but the pod community, having heard the presentation at the library on Burlington's, it's not too early to consider that, but that wouldn't be these funds. I think there is money apparently available through the state right now that might help us do that.
We should get on that. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on this? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Thank you. We have accomplished that. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you folks looking? Why don't you step up to the microphone? And I apologize. I wasn't perceiving that you were wanting to speak. So
Yeah, I mean, that's why Ed and I are here. I mean, while you're saying that there may be money coming, there may be something happening, we're still living in shells of houses while you're reallocating the 514,000 to other projects. We have nothing. It's a year and I don't have a kitchen. And I know everybody's sick of hearing that. Me too. But you're now allocating this money somewhere else again? We've seen nothing. We've seen nothing from FEMA. We didn't get the emergency housing. We were left all on our own. Thank goodness you were delighted that everyone found housing. We didn't. We didn't receive the services. We didn't receive assistance. And now you're reallocating that money while we still haven't gotten any help. I just don't understand how the money that was supposed to provide us housing during the winter still is sitting there. We still have nothing and you're allocating it to other projects. How can you keep doing this? We've seen no progress. I have no ceilings. I have no floors. I have no walls. Will I wait for decisions to get made? And you're allocating it to other projects. Well, we still have nothing. That seems so shameful. And while you're worried about spending the federal money in time, we sit with nothing. My kids are going to graduate from high school and we still don't have a house back. I think this is a terrible thing to be doing before there's any progress for any of us. I mean, Katie can't move forward. Mary can't move forward. Ed can't move forward. I can't move forward. Reallocating the money again. We have nothing and we've gotten nowhere. I think it's terrible. Good night.
Can I speak? Yep. Ed Haggett, I live at 197 State Street. The only real money we have right now, I feel, is from the FEMA lease. Real recovery money. That is real. I watch, I listen. The past week, the figure has changed from 2 million to 1.6. Now it's 1.4 today. It was 1.6 yesterday. I have it in writing. I see it. I agree with Lisa. It's a shame. I'd like to have a bathroom, I guess, for homeless people, but I'd like to have a place too. In a month, it will be a year. And I've been getting all these, and I appreciate the work that you've done. Okay. I really, really do. Talking with these people, but the last agenda was likely we'll get the money. Likely doesn't work. Real money works. I know you're trying real hard, but for me, not knowing which way to move, trying to save every penny I can so I can get myself a house, working with SBA for 10 months, which was a complete disaster. They lost my application for 7 weeks and just said, oh well, too bad for you. This just the other day I found out, oh, the city wants to buy my property. Wow, woohoo. That I appreciate that, but it's like
an idea to speed your.
It's an idea. Yeah. But we don't have any strategic plan of how these neighborhoods are going to look. We don't know if you can even elevate them because of the water that comes down the back, not only in the front, it comes down the back. We don't have any of that information. So how can we make wise decisions? We can't. I guess my 2 minutes is probably up. But I agree with Lisa. Shame. But I do appreciate the efforts that are going on. I mean, meeting John, talking to him and Suzanne and all the other people that I've been trying to work with, trying to get this straightened out. I'm still, my own fault probably, I'm still on a daybed in my daughter's den. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in. So folks, I'm looking at the time and I'm looking at what we have left on the agenda. And I know that people, one, it's late. Two, people are very tired. Three, we were hoping to have the strategic plan discussion as a workshop style thing in the middle of the room. My suggestion is that we get here the administration overview and revised communication plan, if even that, and then move the strategic plan to our next meeting. Okay. Administration overview.
Do some other shuffling for the next meeting, but
Yeah.
see what we gotta do.
On light on or off?
We'll see what they look like. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Have a dimmer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just run out to get to the car and get my shades.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's just not on Zoom yet.
Thanks, John.
This is going to be a little bit of an unrehearsed tag team. Right?
Right.
Okay. What we wanted to do, obviously, we've been going through all the other city departments, and we are going to do this very quickly tonight. We were anyway, even if it wasn't 10:15. But one of the things that I really want to emphasize when we're going through this, you'll hear from Kelly and I about the manager's office. You'll hear from Sarah about the finance office, and I think John about the clerk's office, and then Evelyn with our communications plan. What? Oh, Tanya's online. Okay, great. Excellent. We can have Tanya pop in about HR too. Super. The real thing, and we will be very quick. I think one of the things we want to get across, in addition to all the other work we do, is you occasionally hear about, how much we spend for administration and what stuff. And I think it's important to understand all the components of that, all the required functions that are in there. So our goal today, obviously we'll answer any questions, but is just to give you a quick whistle stop of all the things that we are responsible for on your behalf, and we meaning all these different departments. So so who are we? This is most of us, not all of us. The city manager and assessor's office. Most of you know me, Kelly, Mary and Jane in the office. Jane is technically actually the assessor's administrative assistant, not the manager's, but you wouldn't know it. She's been a stalwart of our office for years and has gone through that. In addition, Evelyn's communication work falls under us. Yeah, Chris's sustainability, who you've heard from separately, so you won't hear about that again today. And then Tanya, sort of between Chris and I, is our HR director, and she falls kind of between the manager and finance. So you'll see pieces of both of us with that. I'm going to let Kelly take the next few.
Great. Can everybody hear me okay? Looks good. Okay. So what we wanted to do was just pull up what our part of the strategic plan was. So if we had a sixth goal, and so this is from the previous strategic plan. And so these are some of the component pieces that we work through, communicating effectively, increasing accessibility, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then enhancing capacity for city staff and council. And so you can see from this slide, the details. It's a kind of hard to look at, but you kind of get the gist. We've got council support, operations, the assessor's office, communications, policy implementation, and human resources. And we're going to get into some of those details in future slides. And so for the purposes of, what Bill and I do, the highlights would be under the council support, which is, preparing the agendas, constituent service, policy recommendations, as well as some of the operation pieces, supervising and managing staff, special projects such as flood recovery or emergency management. And so Tanya is available online and can chime in here.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tanya Chambers. I'm the HR director for the city of Montpelier. I'm going to
try to make this quick. I know it's late. So the HR role plays an important part in the beginning, middle, and end of the employee's time here at the city. This starts with hiring and onboarding of new employees. A great hire is when you find an employee with the skills to successfully perform the tasks required to attain the strategic goals. I believe we've been extremely fortunate to have the staff that we do who work hard and bring to the table a ton of knowledge and know-how. Since most organizations can't operate without employees, it's important to make sure those employees have full access to and knowledge of all their benefits. Those benefits being Blue Cross, health insurance, the dental, our vision, our retirement plans, so on and so forth. In addition to the wellness initiative that Blue Cross and Blue Shield provides, which is an additional $9,000 that they give us to spend on the wellness of our employees. They also need to know companies' policies and understand what's expected of them. So this position is very much employee facing and connecting with the employees. A lot of what I do regarding workplace culture is to start by building relationships with our employees. It's important that they have somewhere to go where they feel safe, heard, and supported. This makes managing conflicts and performance issues much easier when you've built those connections. Some challenges I'm facing currently is the stress levels of some employees. It's no surprise that the stretched budget has been the reason for short staffing levels, leaving fewer employees to maintain workloads, which may lead to burnout. New on the horizon for this position is to utilize my newly acquired mental health first aid certification to better assist and provide resources to those who may be dealing with mental health struggles. Additionally, I'm working on mainstreaming our evaluation processes to better assist department heads, taking some of those pressures and deadlines off their plate, as well as working closely with the finance department to continue moving forward with the final touches on a better timekeeping system that will reduce the time it takes to perform the biweekly payroll process. And lastly, coming up in the next couple of months, I'm planning a workshop earmarked for all department heads and supervisors designed to provide strategies that can be used day to day to promote resilient leadership and to help with coaching and difficult conversations. Thank you.
So this next slide is sort of an overview of the assessor's office. And so, we've become very familiar with the assessor's office and the work that has just been done. So I won't belabor this too much, but we've got the appraisal and reassessment, the maintenance of property information, records, sales, tax maps, and the like, and then providing information. And then it just gives kind of a listing of available records for review. And then Evelyn's gonna maybe chime in here a little bit, just a guest appearance. Oh, perfect.
Can everybody hear me okay? All right,
Yep.
great. Evelyn Prim, Communications Coordinator. So I began in this position in the summer of 2022. And so that quote that's on the top there is basically set in motion my guiding philosophy for what my work entails. You've heard me present a bunch of different things, but basically I'm responsible for the day-to-day communications as well as helping orient the vision of communications within the city. And as you can see, I tried to illustrate using Bill's excellent metaphor of the airplane, which I need to correct my math on a little bit of that. But you can see the foundational elements is the press releases, website maintenance, things like that. And then as you move up, the vision and towards the vision and mission, which is what the strategic communications plan is all about that you have in your packet. I won't go into detail on that because it's pretty lengthy, but that has been a document that I've been working on since I started here. So it is basically the culmination of everything that has gone into this work in communication, and it also outlines the vision of where we want to go. So just like your strategic plan outlines your the policy vision for the city, the strategic communications plan outlines where we want basically the reason that I'm here, why I'm here, and where we want to go with communications. And my hope is that if I were to be hit by a bus tomorrow, somebody could pick up that document and take over seamlessly from where I left off. So it's part manual, part staff policy document. A little bit of everything goes in there. And I'm happy to explain and answer questions on that when we get to it.
So just in numbers, we just have sort of the two departments represented here. So we've got the city manager's office, which is $693,000 or so for FY25, and then the assessor's office, which is $203,000, and you can see the ups associated in those budgets year over year.
So as we go forward, as we think about the specific work our offices do, but also managing the entire city, obviously, a number one issue in terms of the our offices work, not the city's issue. Certainly budget pressure and revenue loss, trying to keep doing what we're doing and the demands. Tonight we just heard appropriately that we should be putting $250,000 into our housing trust fund. And so that, if we were to do that, that's a budget pressure, right? So maintaining our adequate service levels, increased cost, flood recovery, of course, has really refocused a lot of our work, most of our work. And then our opportunities are our ability to leverage resources, seek grants, focus on core services. I think that's really what we have to do because that's what people expect year in, year out, and continue strategic investments in housing infrastructure. That's really what we've been focused on, the most. So what's up next? Flood recovery, of course, big, invest in and followed quickly by infrastructure and housing. I think those are really going to be the themes for our next year or two. And of course, I was thinking we'd be talking about this, when you approved your strategic plan tonight. But when you do, we'll be implementing those initiatives and laying that out. That is the blueprint for our work now in the next few years. And lastly, just continue providing excellent services. I think so. I kind of harp on this, but we spend a lot of time in this room talking about policy and moving forward in important directions and really big things that we need to do. But if you remember the iceberg from my presentation, a lot of what city does is responding to those calls and plowing the roads and taking the ambulance and running the rec programs and all the things that people count on. And so those are the things that usually only make it into this room if something's gone badly with them. If it's going well, it's not controversial, you're not hearing about them. So that is really what we try to do. And that is the summary of our admin proposal. I think finance, is that on here as well? Is that going to be reset up? Okay.
Thanks, Bill and Kelly. While you're getting set up, I'm going to comment that I'm looking at council members' faces around the table, and it makes me think that maybe we should also put off the strategic communications plan. I know I tend to stay up later than a number of other people on the council, and so let's do that.
I'll be quick. So about the finance department, excluding Tanya, who's kind of lumped in both city manager and finance, I, including myself, currently have 5.3 FTE in employees to work in the finance department. That number doesn't include the vacant admin position that we have left vacant the majority of this fiscal year and has been eliminated in 25. So going into 25, I will be continuing to be down that position and working to adjust the department in a way that we can manage all things effectively and provide the service people are accustomed to. This is just a quick overview of the finance and technology expenditures that I manage. Finance is primarily made up of payroll, the audit, and our various accounting softwares. And then technology is primarily VC3 and other related tech purchases like the Adobe that we use. Just on what finance does, I won't go through all of these, but I'll hit the high points. We accurately manage and record over 31.5 million in budgeted expenditures and revenues annually. That doesn't include the grant expenses we track and revenue we record. Right now, we are actively managing about 13 million in open grants, and that does not include FEMA, which is likely to be another 11 million plus in federal grant money we will be managing and reporting on regularly. Right now, that grant tracker has about 68 plus or minus open grants on it that we're working through. I also build and maintain the annual budget and keep a close eye on that. We make sure all year-end adjustments are prepared. We have an annual audit where we get feedback and the stamp of approval on our books. We also work with them to prepare our financial statements that get published every year and then submitted to different reporting agencies. Bi-weekly, we work to enter and review all of the warrant documentation for proper coding and approval to be sure all of our expenditures are eligible and have all I's dotted, T's crossed. We also maintain a significant quantity of fixed assets and manage a significant amount of debt annually. The other thing we do a significant amount of is billing. We bill annually for tax bills. There's other billing that's monthly, quarterly, biannually, and we manage those receivables to ensure they're collected in a timely manner. We also are responsible for managing the cash flow of the city, which has been difficult in light of our current circumstances, but it is something that we stay on top of regularly to make sure bills are covered and employees are paid. Tanya already spoke previously in the presentation, but finance and HR overlap. We process biweekly payroll for 100 to 150 employees, depending on the season. As she mentioned, we just made a considerable investment in time into a time and attendance software to help track employee time better and make processing of payroll more efficient, given we will be down one staff member going into 25. So I think that this will help us turn around payroll and free up maybe time for other things that we normally spent processing. We also do quarterly and annual tax filings and retirement remittance. So it is a pretty hefty workload between HR and payroll in the finance section. The challenges we face, obviously, are staffing. We manage a significant quantity of money, and we want to make sure that it's all accounted for properly. So, being down the position is tough, but I think that that's something through a restructuring of the finance department I can accommodate for and manage accordingly. We also right now are operating in multiple accounting systems, which has posed a challenge, but the investment in a new accounting system is significant. We're operating in a school ERP, not a municipal ERP, and we're also having to use NEMRIC for tax and utility billing, and those systems don't talk to each other, so there's a lot of back and forth. So there's some, inefficiencies there that are troublesome to overcome. One of those is trying to establish the new stormwater utility. We are having some issues with the account structure that's set up in NEMRIC for water and sewer billings and how it is compatible with the tax billing system. So there's just some nuance there that having multiple accounting systems and neither meant for municipality our size pose as troublesome. And then the biggest challenge I face is FEMA. They are sticklers for all things document, and follow rules. And I think I've read their Pop G for FEMA guidance 3 times, and it's like 270 pages plus additional supplemental guidance because nobody seems to be an expert. So somebody needs to be, even FEMA included. So we are on our 4th and 5th PDMG to help manage these projects. I hope the one we have settled on now is in it for the long haul and we can start moving some projects ahead and not reliving the event over and over again with new FEMA reps. I do think it is becoming more promising. And so, I do look forward to jumping the FEMA hoops to someday not be in them. But really looking ahead, we've got some vital financial policies that are outdated, and to me, those are really important related to procurement, and there's a lot of guidance out there that's available. It's just about finding the time and updating the policies. There's nothing wrong with ours. They're just out of date and could use some more work. I also mentioned the stormwater utility integration. That's troublesome, but I'm working that problem too. So we'll figure out how we can get that lifted and managed in the current systems we have. And then the FY24 audit is set to begin this September. We've scheduled them for mid-September, so that should put us on track for an audit report out in December or January this year instead of around town meeting. And then we will begin the budget build in October, likely sooner, for FY26. So lots ahead, lots of challenges, but that's what I signed up for. So here we are. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, does anyone have any questions about Sarah's presentation or any of the rest of them?
Today's my vacation day, actually.
Actually on vacation today, just so you know. I was told not to come.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Told you we'd be fast.
Yeah, that was very
Do the screen.
very helpful. So next up, update on DPW negotiations. Do we have an update?
We do, but
Should
I
we go
guess-
into
well, we
executive
could,
session?
but I can maybe keep it really short if I ask one question. If people saw the the memo I sent out summarizing where we were and where we might propose, and if people are okay with what I said in there, then we're good, because that's kind of the direction things are heading. If people have real concerns, then I'd be happy to. But as long as I'm good to work within those parameters, then I think we almost settled on yesterday, what came really close. So I think we're almost there, but I would want to, there was a couple things we're hung up on. And without getting into the details, one is, we're trying to formalize the night shift. We did. So that's, they don't love that. So how do we make that work? But it certainly is a good thing. So there you go.
But there's still every reason to think we'll have it in place by the
Yes,
1st of July.
I think, well, yeah, we have one more meeting set for the 25th or something like. Right. So
okay.
Could have a last minute tentative agreement for the June 26th meeting, potentially.
All right.
So we don't.
Carrie.
I don't want to make us stay any longer, but we were supposed to get a city clerk update as well.
Sorry, that's right.
And I do think it's really important.
You didn't jump.
Okay, we can skip.
No, we're not going to skip you. Thank you, Carrie.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'll be so fast. 5 minutes. I'm a leaf on the wind. All right, let me share my screen here. Figure out which screen to share. There we go.
It's even right there on the page. It's my
Yeah,
bad too.
I know how it is. Okay, wait a minute. How do I start? Shoot. All right. Oh, I'm not seeing the start. Slideshow. Oh, it's way over here. That's the problem. Okay. This is me. I am your friendly neighborhood city clerk. That means I am an elected bureaucrat, which is a unique thing. I exist because I'm elected. I'm outside the regular city hierarchy, which means nobody has to listen to me, and I don't have to listen to them. So it's all a good deal. This is us in the office. There's two of us. And I'm going to brag a little here because the town's immediate population immediately below us and above us, Barrytown and Winooski, they both separate their clerk and treasurer too, and their clerk staffs are each 3. We are 2. I'm a certified municipal clerk from the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, got a certificate in election administration from the University of Minnesota. I'm also a certified ethical hacker and a certified network defense architect, which I get a lot of mileage off of. Sarah, my deputy, is also a certified municipal clerk and formerly served as clerk for the towns of Duval, Newcastle, and Yarrow Point in Washington and Driggs, Idaho, and is a former reporter. So between the two of us, we are honestly the most experienced and we're a great staff. Okay. I'm eating through my 5 minutes quick. This is a list generally of what we do. City council, I'm the secretary, handle all the land records, land deeds, vital records, make them available, archive some old stuff we're supposed to keep, like grand lists and chattel mortgages. We handle work on the abatements process request. You all know all about that. Licensing, dog licensing, marriage licenses, business licenses, the property tax appeals, we coordinate and I staff and support the Board of Civil Authority and the Board of Abatement. Then we do elections, which this is, I think, why I am independently elected and not answerable to y'all, because you can be on the ballot. And I'm a separate person. So anyways, recounts, that means volunteer recruitment and management. I misspelled some things in there, but I do those too. And the other public facing duties are things like state park passes. I help with taking payments and parking tickets with the finance department. We're the first point of contact for citizens. So I have to smile a lot. And we're an information resource. So I'm almost done. I'm so close here. So I made this a long time ago. I don't remember exactly what I'm looking at here, but this is the amount of the budget that's not public safety. And I just want to give you all a sense of where we are in terms of the percentage of that we use. Way down here, 2.8% between the assessor and tree management. So we have a very low budgetary impact, but I think city's getting an awful lot of bang for its buck. Our historical budget here, I've managed to just barely continue to keep it under 200,000. You can see over the last few years, the red is really not fair because I have a discrete fund that I can spend for keeping records indefinitely and taking care of records, and I tapped into that. Shows on my budget, not fair. There's not really an overspending, but you can see where it dropped down the pandemic when I was working without my deputy for a while, dropped down again in 22 when I worked without a deputy for a while. But anyways, we keep a pretty tight budget, even though costs and expenses have gone way up for elections and such. That's it. Questions, thoughts, suggestions, anecdotes.
You forgot to mention the historical museum that you've got in your
Oh, which has been scrunched down to now just a nice historical collection, but because we're running out of space. But I've got all kinds of things to come in and look at. There are old Civil War letters, old water pipes, the charter. Just come in and visit.
Yeah, cool stuff.
Did I do 5 minutes? Was that 5 minutes?
Sure, close enough.
All right.
Thank you.
5.3.
All right. And we're happy with the DPW thing, I think. I don't think anyone asked for, yep. We don't have other business. Time for council reports. Let's start at your end. Adrian.
Nothing.
Tim. Palin.
This Friday, class of 2024 at high school, they are graduating, and one of them is my daughter, and it is hard to believe she's 18. And I can see that she's 18, all her attitude and everything, but it is still hard to believe. And I just want to congratulate them because they have been through so many things because of the COVID. And it started when they were in the middle school and they lost like 2 years. And it was a huge emotional challenge for them, but they did it and they are graduating this Friday. And I want to remind them, if any of them is watching us, it will be great if they register as voters and they can just vote in the next local and general elections, because we need our youth, our next generation, to be part of our democracy. So thank you.
And anyone who is not 18 yet, but is going to turn 18 by November, can register to vote now and vote in the primary. Thank you. I have a few things to mention. It seems like it's been a long time since oh, I'm sorry. No, Lauren's off. Lauren hung on as long as she could and finally left us. It seems like a long time since we've met. One of the things that I've done is that on May 30th, we had a visit from the Romanian ambassador to the United States and a number of his staff people. And I was totally surprised when I got an email from the assistant to the Romanian ambassador, and Bill was sure that it was some kind of scam and it was actually someone pretending to be a Nigerian prince. But the ambassador from Romania is engaged in this process of meeting with the mayors of all the capital cities in the United States. And so it was, I wasn't 100% sure what he wanted to talk about, but Bill was away that day. So it was me and Kelly and John and Evelyn. And we talked about a lot of things that we're addressing as this tiny little state capital, and I don't think they really were aware of how tiny Montpelier is, but doing that and their country, and we've got a lot of things we could talk about that were similar things, including what they're doing with their net zero goals and our net zero goal. Talking about how we finance infrastructure and how they finance infrastructure. My pleasure at agreeing with them for their support for Ukraine and taking in many thousands of Ukrainian refugees. They share a 400-mile border with Ukraine. And they also told us that they paid a quick visit to the Capital Cannabis across the street, and they thought that was a novelty because the ideology over in Romania is very much against cannabis or any other recreational drug. So I would also point out they all spoke English very well. So it was an interesting couple of hours, and it was definitely worth doing. I also want to congratulate the high school graduates and all their teachers and all their parents. It's kind of a long time since my kids were doing the same thing, but it's great. You probably have all noticed we've got trees being planted out on Main Street. By the end of the week, we will probably see a new elm tree and oak tree out in front of Walgreens and the VFW. Part of a process we've been through for years of bringing in new trees as in anticipation of having to replace all the ash trees in the city. And finally, I'll just point out that I recently received a copy of the audit from the Montpelier Housing Authority. We don't have any supervisory control over the Montpelier Housing Authority, but although we do appoint the members of the board. And once again, they got a clean audit, no notes, and it just demonstrates the continued good management by the executive director and the board. And so congratulations to them. And that's all I've got. City manager.
Skipping me again.
I'm not
Jeez.
skipping you.
It's a theme of the night.
Go ahead. Sorry,
All
John.
right. Water bills due Monday.
Is that it?
Yep.
All right. All right. City manager.
I have very little except it has been a while. So number one, the list that's been posted, the preliminary list for June 26th may have some shuffling. So, because of the things we put off. So keep your eyes up for that. But the reason I wasn't at getting to meet with the Romanian ambassador, excuse me, was that I had gone to Maine to present to the Greater Portland Council of Governments about sustainability, particularly flood recovery. And it was a wonderful event. Saw some folks I knew, drove over and back. It was a beautiful day. But they, in conjunction with that event, that group created about a 8-minute video. Tim's in it, I'm in it, Katie Trout. I don't know if you've all seen it, but if you haven't, you should, because they did a really professional job and it really brought back a lot of the imagery and the feelings. And it was really top-notch effort. So I highly advise, if you haven't seen it, to see it. And if you want me to send it to you, I can. And that's all I've got.
Oh, and I wanted to just remind members of the city council, next Wednesday, June 19th, is our council outing to see the Mountaineers. Council. Yeah, I think we can do both. The police department tour is supposed to.
Sure.
Is supposed to, we can. We'll talk to Kelly or somebody about moving it. Yeah, but at any rate, just get out there and.
As how quick you are, get them through.
Cheer on the guys. And with that, we are adjourned at 10:53 p.m. Thanks, everybody.